Good afternoon. Welcome to the Senate Education Committee, the first one of 2021. And at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Claire, can you take attendance?
Senator Culkin.
Here.
Chairwoman Kano.
Here.
Senator De Palma.
Here.
Vice Chair Gallo.
Here.
Senator Paolino.
Here.
Senator Pearson.
Here.
Senator Quesada.
Here.
Senator Seveny.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome to the first Education Committee hearing of 2021. Before we get started, I want to thank the Senate leadership for supporting me as the new chair, and I am very honored by their faith in my ability to lead this important committee. In particular, I want to thank Senator Gallo as the previous chair of this committee. I don't know how I will be able to fill her shoes, but her leadership and commitment are an inspiration, and I know that our students are better off because of her. I also want to say thank you to the members of this committee, and I welcome to work with you and move this committee forward. We have a new member this year, and is Senator Koo, so welcome to the Education Committee as well. I look forward to continue the hard work on making sure that Rhode Island students receive the high-quality education that they deserve. Unfortunately, this is easier said than done. The pandemic exposed several issues within our education system, and many of those issues affect some communities more than others. Because of that, my focus as chair will be to create an education system that is not only exceptional, but is also equitable. It is extremely important that we put equity at the center of our discussion going forward. However, equity is not the same as equality. For example, some students across the state might have equal access to computers and the internet, but that doesn't mean that all students can participate in distant learning the same way. In some families, there are two children who need to be online for schools at the same time. But there are other families that have 3 children and their parents are also teachers. When all 5 of them need to be in online classroom at the same time, their internet goes too slow and a student might miss what a teacher says. This is a problem for everyone, not just this family, and this is not equitable. Because of this focus of equity, we are starting the 2021 session with only one bill today, Senate Bill number 13. At this time, I'd like to introduce our Madam Whip, which is with us, Maryellen Goodwin, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Congratulations to you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your very first bill as chair, hearing my bill. It's very important to me, and I appreciate it. I know that this will be the start of a long and fruitful career for you as chair of this committee, Senator Kano. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Actually, I'm sorry, Madam Whip. I'd like to first move the sub A before you speak on the bill, if that's okay with you.
Perfect.
Okay, so can I get a motion, please, to hold the bill for further study?
So moved. Madam Second.
Second.
So motion by Senator Pearson and second by Senator Seveny and other members of the committee. So again, the motion is to hold indefinitely this bill and move for further study, and we're going to welcome now another motion for Bill Sub 8.
Madam Chair, I make that motion to move before the sub-A to the committee.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Senator Pearson.
Madam Chair, before we vote on that, with your permission and the whip's permission, we just wanted to note that there's one technical amendment that is intended to be made on the floor when this bill is eventually would make it to the floor. Just for the public's reference, the change would be on page 5 of the bill, line 3, in the section that starts with "the state shall not approve." The word "public" would be inserted in 2 places, and I'll just read the full text of what it would say. The state shall not approve or appropriate funding to any new charter public school as defined in 1677-2.1 or expand any existing charter public school that had not been approved. So that, with the whip's permission and with your permission, Madam Chair, we would intend to offer that as a floor amendment. We just wanted to make that public statement as we move the sub-A. So with that, Madam Chair, I would move to bring the sub-A before the committee.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. At this time, I'd like to welcome Senator Goodwin.
Thank you. I'm back again. Thank you again, members of the committee. Thank you again, Madam Chair. This is a very vital piece of legislation, in my opinion. And it's really not all that complicated, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. It essentially seeks to put a pause for a 3-year moratorium period on the expansions or approval of new or existing charter schools here in the state of Rhode Island. I'm going to give you a little background. Originally, myself and my colleagues from the city of Providence had a discussion back in a year ago in February, and I had a bill drafted that this bill would pertain just to the city of Providence. And then, of course, the pandemic happened and our latest legislative session came to a halt, pretty much, essentially. But then, as the fall moved on, I was contacted by many other communities that also had an interest in also this legislation. So this, of course, no longer affects just the city of Providence, but has statewide implications. I'm just going to go over basically a few brief legislative findings and the purpose of this particular bill. The bill provides access to quality public education and is the foremost importance to the General Assembly. I think we can all agree on that. Adequate funding for Rhode Island's public schools is critical to ensuring successful student outcome across our state. I think we cannot dispute that either. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic demands increased resources for our instruction and our education of our students, and that is not due to anybody's fault. Any increase in the number of seats at charter schools inherently draws financial resources from traditional public schools, and essentially, that is my concern. That is my top concern. That we all know that with the funding of charter schools, the resources come directly from our traditional public schools, which in my estimation so desperately need every dime of funding for good outcomes for children in their learning environments. The Rhode Island Council on Elementary and Secondary Education recently, and that was in December, approved the 3 charter schools and granted preliminary approval to 3 new existing charter schools, thereby increasing the overall charter school capacity by approximately 5,835 seats over the next several years. This is, I think, a very important component too, Madam Chair, members of the committee. The full implementation of these seats would require approximately $25.4 million from the local communities that send their districts to the charters, and it would also cost the state approximately $66.9 million in state aid from the districts at the state level to the charters. That's an enormous amount of money. Even this coming fiscal year, if this was to be, if those charters were to be implemented at that rate, the fiscal cost this year alone would be $2.4 million in local tuition payments and a direct payment of approximately $6.5 million in our state aid. I think, really, ladies and gentlemen, this is not in any way seeking to undo charters. It's simply just a pause. We need desperately to take a look at the funding formula and how charter schools directly impact the finances here in our state. I do want to just point out, because I did read all of the correspondence, and that was forwarded to me, that the new schools, the 3 new schools, only received preliminary approval in December. I think there's a climate for a second approval that I think sometime comes in April. And the new schools have not yet held their lotteries to recruit these students. The lotteries are normally held in and around April 1st as well. And so I think that the introduction of this bill is important. It gives us an opportunity to bring all the stakeholders to the table so we can further examine the financial impact. I also just wanted to close by saying that I read with great disappointment Commissioner Alfonte Green's parting comments in her letter to us, Madam Chair, to you, to myself, to the members of the committee, where she says that moving forward in this legislation would marginalize people of color here in our state. And I take great exception to that. I have a long career. I'm the second longest serving member of the Senate. And I tried my entire career to help set good policy for Rhode Islanders, and especially children. I would never, ever go out of my way to marginalize to anyone. And I think by expansion of these charter schools, it does the exact opposite. We are taking away valuable, much needed resources from traditional public schools. Those children, I think, that need it the very most. So, Madam Chair, I know there are a host of witnesses that want to be heard. I saw the list. Thank you for hearing me. I'll stay on, obviously, throughout the meeting, and let's hear from some of the witnesses with your okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Whip, for your testimony and for your passion explaining the importance of this bill. At this time, I would like members of the committee to actually do a roll call on that motion. We submit to do that before, so we'd like to do the roll call on the bill to indefinitely hold the original bill and to bring in the sub-A. So, Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Senator Culkin?
Aye.
Chair Cano?
Yes.
Senator De Palma?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gallo?
Aye.
Senator Paolino?
Aye.
Senator Pearson?
Aye.
Senator Quesada?
Aye.
Senator Seveny?
Aye.
Whip Goodwin?
Aye.
Passes.
The motion passes. Thank you. At this time, I would like to open for members of the committee if you have any questions for Madam Whip, the sponsor of the bill. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and mostly Madam Whip, I just want to thank you for bringing this legislation forward. You've been a great partner to us. We had the Funding Formula Commission just last year, and I know you're a big supporter of that and making sure we're taking a look at that and making sure that we are coming up with ways to solve these problems. And so I just want to recognize that the Senate for the last 2 to 3 years has really focused in on education and equity and making sure that we have opportunities for students. So your support, Chair Gallo's support, and so many of this committee worked so hard both on the education reform package and on the funding formula. And I know your heart, and I know the heart of the committee here is ensuring that we have a strong education system for all students. And this bill today is really ensuring that we underline the all part of that statement and making sure that all students have access to that education and that we're making sure all of our districts are funded and appropriately. And so I just want to recognize that and thank you for your leadership on this bill.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for all your hard work as well.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Do we have any other questions for Madam Whip for committee members? So, that being known, I'd like to start public testimony. As we know and we understand, this is a topic that many people is passionate about, and that's the reason why this bill is necessary. It is important that we all understand how the current system helps or hurts our ultimate goal, which is to have a high quality education for every Rhode Island students. As we welcome all the testimony that we have received, written, and also with the people that is ready to testify today, I would like to ask respectfully that you keep your comments to 2 minutes, because we do have a lot of people that want to state their position for tonight's hearing. All the testimony are very important to us, so we want to make sure that we can hear from everyone. At the same time, I like to ask that if you have somebody that have already testified the same point of views that you have, to please bring in different opinions, or your testimony could be different than the previous people. That would be greatly appreciated. Everybody is welcome to testify, and we are really happy that we have a lot of people that sign up for today's meeting. At this time, we're going to start testimony with Senator Acosta. Is he on? Senator Acosta.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome to Education Committee.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jonathan Acosta. I also happen to be the senator that represents District 16 here in Rhode Island. I'd like to follow in the tradition of the 20th century social theorist Pierre Bourdieu, who argued that it's our job to make the implicit explicit. My comments today won't be anything that's new to anybody, but I do think that they will reiterate positions that we don't tend to bring together. It's my understanding from viewing this bill that it doesn't put the problem of public education at the forefront. We don't currently provide access to quality education in most schools in the state of Rhode Island. And it would appear to me that this bill is the Senate's effort at reining in a board of education that is currently not acting the way that they would like. But that is a board that was confirmed by the Senate and made up of more MBAs and EdDs than it probably should be. But it shouldn't be surprising then that those folks with MBAs would approach education problems with market-based solutions. What charter schools are is just that, market-based solutions. But we also have teachers unions who are fighting with charter schools over enrollment numbers and over the per pupil going to them without acknowledging that the per pupil, regardless of the existence of charter schools, is abysmally low. When we started the process of establishing a fair funding formula 10 years ago, we were second to Mass in what we spent as our core instruction amount per pupil. Today, we are dead last behind Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, right? And charter schools want to expand, but they aren't willing to hold each other accountable or acknowledge the selection biases that they have. And showing good faith efforts is not enough. They must show us that they are going to have enrollments that match the school districts from where we're coming from. And so I think we should acknowledge this going into the conversation about this bill and really decide whether passing this bill or not passing this bill will fundamentally change the education experience of Rhode Island students. It is my belief that it will not. It will not because we know that we spend less already. It will not because the pandemic has exposed the fact that we have a crumbling infrastructure. And so by focusing on this bill, we are expending valuable social, cultural capital on behalf of all of these stakeholders in what I would dare to predict, right, that will not pass and have any real impact, right? The whip alluded to the fact that there was a preliminary procedure. These organizations have a lot of resources. Any good lawyer is going to argue that what you are trying to do is legislate retroactively. This part will be removed, and eventually what you'll have is a moratorium for 3 years that means nothing and doesn't fundamentally change the underlying problems of education in our state. I urge you to move to an agenda that does do that and that brings these stakeholders together to prioritize increasing the funding for all of our students so that the on-average affluent white student in Rhode Island is not being outperformed by low-income students in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Acosta, for your testimony today. This time, I would like to also call in other senators that have signed up for testimony today. So I'd like to call on Senator De La Cruz.
For your testimony today, this time I would like to call in other senators that signed up for testimony.
Senator De La Cruz, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I also just want to start out by saying that I appreciate Rep. Goodwin's heart, because I know that she has a big heart, and I know that she cares about children and education. And I've only been in the Senate for two. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I have a bad connection, apparently. And so I know that she cares very deeply for children, and so do the rest of the senators in the Senate. What I think we have is a difference of approach and a different belief on how we can improve the lives of children and their futures. And we all know it starts with education, but how do we go about it? Now, I've heard, articles and pundits and really anybody that will have an opinion on schools. Some of them will say that, and I quote, public schools are divided along economic and racial lines. And that maybe some people believe that and subscribe to that. But what I would like to say is that I have heard that for years. And while we have made some strides, more has to be done. Placing a moratorium on charter schools, I feel, is a step backwards and not forwards. And I know that a lot of people would agree with me, especially parents who have children in charter schools. My last term, I was able, fortunately, to tour several of those charter schools. And most of the families that were in those charter schools were families of color, black families, Latino family, Hispanic families, and there were, of course, white families as well. But I saw that there was such a diverse group of people there, and each of the parents were so excited to tell me how wonderful the school has been for their children and how they've been doing so much better academically, and you could just see the parents beaming with pride. And so the other topic that I'd like to touch is that Providence and really Rhode Island have been promising better test scores in math and reading for years, and we haven't been seeing these improvements despite increased funding and enough time, ample time, to implement these new strategies. And we really, truly don't have 10 years to fix a problem. We need to find solutions now. And part of that solution is charter schools. Educational freedom in the form of school choice is the answer for families in failing schools. And families will tell you that if you talk to them. The other aspect that I look at it is, I was fortunate enough to move into a great town. I live in North Smithfield, great schools, but not every family is able to move to a different town that has better schools. I couldn't send my kids to a private school because I couldn't afford it. It was cost prohibitive. And that is the situation of many parents. So I was fortunate, but not every parent can do that. Not every parent can send their kid, buy a home in Barrington or EG in order for their child to go to a good school. And not every parent can do private school, again, because it's cost prohibitive. And charter schools provide a quality education. Children should not be prisoners of failing schools. Politicians and activists, and there was even a song about it in the 90s, that children are our future, and they are our future. And we need to act, I feel, in the manner as though that this is an urgent situation, because it is an urgent situation. We don't have 10 years to fix the problem, and we can't take a step backwards. So I really, truly, strongly feel, as do many Rhode Islanders and parents of these children in charter schools. And I will also say this. For 4 years, I tried to get my child into a charter school, and every time I'd end up on the waiting list. I have 3 kids. And let me tell you, it was devastating to receive that letter and say, I'm number 3 on the waiting list. And so I can sympathize with those families, because I've been there hoping and crossing my fingers and praying that my kid would get a chance to go to a charter school. Although I applaud the efforts of Whip Goodwin, because I know that her heart is in the right place and that she's a good person and she really does care about people, I don't agree that this is the right way to go. So thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you, Senator De La Cruz. At this time, I would like to call on Senator Rogers. I'd also would like to call on Senator Pearson. He has some remarks while we get Senator Rogers. So Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to just take the opportunity, especially while some of our colleagues are speaking, to talk about a couple of the issues that they brought up today. And the first one really from Senator Costa was around, focusing on where resources need to be added to the system. And this is an area that the members of this committee and the Funding Formula Commission Task Force spent an inordinate amount of time on. And I would encourage all of my colleagues, especially those that maybe didn't serve on the Funding Formula Task Force or are new members, to go take a read at the Senate Committee's Senate Funding Formula Task Force report from last year. We absolutely talk about a series of issues related to ensuring that we are funding students with multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and also ensuring that every student in Rhode Island has access to the same equitable basic education funding amount. And we know that's not true. And one of the things that, as we were talking about the task force report after we passed it last year, folks said to me, what is the biggest thing that you take away from it? And I said, the biggest thing that I'm concerned about are the students in Woonsocket, Pawtucket, Central Falls, and Providence. And you ask me why, and it's because they were dramatically underfunded for local share being underfunded and for us not properly identifying the number of multilingual learners, students with disabilities, etc. So this Senate has done an inordinate amount of work to identify where those needs are. Obviously, those efforts got stopped in their tracks last year due to COVID. But as the new Senate Finance Chairman, and I know somebody says, it is absolutely a topic that we expect the Finance Committee will be picking up to go back to those funding formula bills and then make sure that we're moving that agenda forward. And so I want Senator Costa, members of the public, to know that we have absolutely done our homework at a detailed level that tell us where those underfunding gaps are, and we have a roadmap and we have a path that we know where we need to go on that. And the second thing that was in that report was a series of other things, and that came up around how we're managing schools and how we're managing our finances. But also, one of the findings came up around charter schools. And the facts are clear. The math is clear. Every seat that we add to charter schools is directly reducing the available expenditures available to students remaining in that district. The data is in the task force report. The dollars are in the task force report. And, for the Board of Education to have made the decision that they made, having actually seen that report and have had that report and know exactly what it said, to add these seats and to layer on $92.3 million in reductions in aid to Providence, to Central Falls, to North Providence, to Pawtucket, that is irresponsible. Unless they have a $92.3 million piggy bank somewhere to pay for this expansion, they are directly taking the $92.3 million out of the pockets of the students that are remaining in Providence Public Schools, in Pawtucket Public Schools, in North Providence Public Schools, and making the situation and our job to deliver a quality education to those students that much more difficult. The facts are there. The data is there. And we need to make sure that we have adults in the room that look at these issues from a pure mathematical perspective and make sure that we're funding an equitable education for every student in Rhode Island, whether they're in a district school or a charter school. And until we fix the funding issue, this debate will continue forever. But the funding issue needs to be fixed before we go commit another nearly 6,000 seats and $92 million, especially during a time when we know the state and local budgets are so strained because of this budget. And so I just wanted to make that point, Madam Chair, and I thank you for allowing me to do so.
Absolutely. Senator Pearson, thank you so much for bringing us all of these important facts today. As a member of the Senate Task Force Committee, I know that we spend a lot of hours studying and looking and doing researching and bringing recommendations to make sure that we address the funding formula and to make sure that we are having equity across all the districts in Rhode Island. So I really appreciate your hard work and thank you for those remarks. At this time, I'd like to welcome Senator Rogers.
Hello, Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
This is the first time I'm actually working off of a cell phone. I'd like to Thank you for your work and my colleagues on the committee. I felt it important that I weigh in on this. I don't really talk on a lot of issues, especially if they're not specifically in my wheelhouse of municipal housing and agriculture. But I was a member of the funding formula committee, and I got enlightened on many things. But one thing that I've always thought in the past in following charter schools, to me, it's a very important component. As we all know, the state of Rhode Island is failing in education that we represent, that our children are receiving in the state. We all know that. It's the purpose of having the funding formula and looking at how we can improve it. Now, I'd like to get into charter schools. Charter schools, I believe, is a very important component that we should keep and not put a moratorium on. I have several grandchildren, and they fortunately have the opportunity to because of where I live, attend pretty well schools that do pretty good. But there's a lot of people that, they may have the opportunity to put their kids in private schools if they live in a community that they don't. But we have an important group of people that don't have that opportunity. And I truly believe that charter schools give... What's that? I truly believe that charter schools give, I'd like to use a word of hope. In this world, sometimes all they have is hope. And I really do believe, our future is our children and our education that we teach them. And there are many families that put a lot of hope that possibly they may be eligible to get into some of these charter schools where their children will have a chance of a future, and which in the long run helps everybody as we move forward in this world. And I really, really hope that we don't put charter schools on the back burner. I think we should be moving full steam ahead. It's really important for the children that aren't as lucky and families that aren't as lucky as some others in this state, for them to have that opportunity offered to them. And by not offering that, I believe we further do detriment to the education system in the state of Rhode Island. So I really wanted to bring that issue forefront on my discussion with it. Hopefully you'll take that for what it's worth and moving forward, and hopefully weigh it greatly. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rogers. I also would like to comment on a very important issue here. Since we do have a lot of people that sign up for today's testimony, we have our great Senator DePalma, that is going to be able to time each person for the 2 minutes. So I just want to say thank you to Senator DePalma for doing that. And we're going to be welcoming now Larry Portal from NEARI. Larry?
Yes. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Larry Portal, President of NEA Rhode Island, and thank you and members of the committee. The National Education Association strongly supports this legislation. I want to be clear that we do not oppose the concept of charter schools as originally designed, but have grave concerns, as we have testified before this body in previous years, about the amount of money being drained from regular public schools and the programs and resources being cut to sustain that drain. Now, in the middle of a once-in-a-century pandemic, the loss of funds become dramatic. We agree with the sponsors of pause and charter expansion and creation is needed. Charter schools were designed to be models of innovation and to work closely with traditional public schools and to share best practices and serve students in a non-traditional setting. While Rhode Island does have some very creative charter schools that fit that description, what we often see occurring and don't need, especially in time of a fiscal crisis, is a parallel school system. As a member of the K-12 Council of the Rhode Island Board of Education, I voted against the 3 recent expansions and 3 new preliminary charters just a month ago, for just the reasons I outlined. I should also point out I've been a consistent vote for charter extensions when the vote was before us. The drain on traditional schools is detrimental to the students left behind when a district loses funding, as has already been pointed out. And while opponents of charters will argue that money follows the student, as has been argued here at the State House for years, and it's been shown, the district loses more than can be made up. Districts still need to provide transportation, special services, maintain class size, school nurse teachers, and pay into the pension system, to name a few of the fixed costs. As districts look to cut money, students inevitably lose out on programs and enrichment opportunities they may not have access to or be able to afford. And these are often schools with a high percentage of students living in poverty and students of color. We need to be increasing funding in programs, not cutting. The cost of sending communities increases as new charters grow to scale, and it was already pointed out the millions that will be lost. For example, in just one of the new charters that was preliminary approved, Providence would lose a total of $31 million in local, state, and federal revenue by 2031, and that's just the case. The National Education Association, our parent organization of 3 million members, states in its resolutions that the impact of the proposed charter schools on local public school resources, programs, and services need to be examined and weighed against the program cost of all district students. In a time when we need more resources, more school nurses, more librarians, more ELL teachers, more mental health counselors, and major improvements in physical structures that have suffered years of neglect, sending money out is not the answer. What is the best use of money to benefit all students needs to be considered. We need to address systemic failures, institutional neglect, disparities in funding, and racial inequities that impact our society and, yes, our schools. Saying we are going to take funding away from the majority of students, mainly in our urban core, handicaps the educators who are working so hard and going above and beyond to educate all our students, and would be a disservice to those students. Loss of revenue and cuts in programs only increases the inequity and the ability to close the achievement and cultural gap. In closing, I would just like to say our focus should be on successfully guiding our students, our schools, and our communities through the concurrent public health and economic crisis that currently exists, not diverting funds to schools that do not exist. Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee, for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd just like to actually let know to members of the public that when you hear the bell, we will ask to kindly close your remarks sooner after that so we can get to all our public testimonies. So at this time, I would like to welcome Steve Osborne, and he is from the Rhode Island Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Steve, are you on?
I am. Thank you very much, Chair. It's great to be able to meet everybody. Hopefully we can be back together in room 313 sometime soon. On behalf of RIDE, congratulations on your appointment to the new role. We look forward to working with you and making a world-class education system in Rhode Island. We're joining you this evening to express RIDE's opposition to Senate Bill 13 Sub A. Its passage would significantly impair our ability to increase opportunities for children who would be able to attend high-performing schools when one may not be offered locally. Last spring, charter schools in Rhode Island received more than 20,000 applications, more than 10,000 unique students throughout the state. More than 12,000 of those applications, or right under 12,000 of those applications, came from children in Providence and Central Falls. And there's good reason for this high levels of demand from parents. Charter schools, for many of our parents, are one of the most viable paths to a high-quality and tuition-free education for parents in Providence and Central Falls. The new charter seats approved by the Council in December build upon the success of our existing charter schools, especially for Rhode Island's children of color. We have schools like the Rhode Island Nursing Institute, which is actually leading the state in the Diploma Plus calculation, which identifies students who earn dual enrollment credits, AP credit, or graduate from a CTE program. They're leading the state. Students at Achievement First, they're multilingual learners, are performing higher than any school district in the state with more than 50 students. In Segway, in Central Falls, their 8th graders are outperforming state average in English. The new schools that we have that we granted approval to also have a really exciting proposal that we expect high results from. Nuestro Mundo has a high-quality dual language program that will serve students in K through 8 in English and Spanish. Providence Prep will offer a year-round college prep curriculum that will have more than 220 days a year of school for kids. And Excel Academy will bring a proven and tested model from Massachusetts to Rhode Island, where they have achieved similar success with other student populations. Right now is the moment in time to be able to embrace new opportunities, not to shut them down. The passage of this bill would limit our ability to do that, especially over the next 3 years, where our parents need more choices, not less. That concludes the testimony. We also want to be able to I'll be able to join you for the remainder of the evening too, and potentially at the close, in case there's areas of clarification that folks may have. We just want to clarify a couple things up front. One is the new proposals received preliminary approval in December. They typically go through final approval when they've completed their pre-opening milestones as required by statute and regulations. The proposals for expansion are approved. There's typically not additional action that comes from RIDE. The preliminary only applies to the new school. And then the last piece is just to call out that it's not charter schools that are reducing the money that goes to the district schools. It's really a function of the way that the funding formula has been set up. And so as we go forward, I think we look forward to working with everybody on the committee and helping support and make sure that our parents have access to high-quality options.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to welcome Mayor of the City of Providence, Mayor Jorge Elorza. Mayor, are you on? Welcome, Mayor.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairwoman. You ready for me?
We are ready for you.
Well, it's great to be here with you, and thank you so much, Chairwoman, for the consideration. I really thank all the members of the committee for your thoughtful consideration of this bill. I'll just jump right in. I'm joining you today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 13, and let me begin by saying that I appreciate everyone who is working hard to make sure that our public schools are as high quality and delivering for our kids as possible. So I want to begin by saying thank you. However, I believe that by passing Senate Bill 13, that's not the way to do so. Our state is in the midst and has been in the midst of an education crisis. We're underperforming as a state, and that's not just in the urban core. According to RICAS scores from 2019, a full 70% of Rhode Island children were below meeting expectations in math. 7 out of 10 in the entire state of Rhode Island are below meeting expectations. And that number gets even worse when you look at the urban core, and in particular Providence, where it's 9 out of 10. If you compare our results here, not just in Providence, but all of Rhode Island to our neighbors, we can see that we are failing our kids. And we need big ideas. Just a couple of years ago, I took the unprecedented and very risky step of bringing in the state to take over our schools for a full turnaround so that they can exercise their powers under the Crawley Act. But make no mistake about it, that's a long-term fix. We need quicker solutions as well, and that brings us to charter schools. I've been following the debate on charter schools for quite some time, and it seems as though we're almost fighting the same fight from 10 years ago on charter schools. Hearing arguments that it won't protect union jobs, that it'll take resources away from public schools, that charter schools somehow still need to prove themselves, or that they carry out an evil corporate agenda. Many of these arguments have been effectively addressed by the performance of charter schools here in our state. First and foremost, charter schools are public schools in every shape and form. They have public oversight. They're free. They're open to members of our community. They are public schools. Charter schools are also democratic. In fact, in many ways, they're even more democratic. Their school boards are closer to the community than, say, here in Providence, our Providence School Board. They work hard, but they oversee about 40 schools, whereas school boards in the charter networks, they are much more connected to their local communities. Charter schools are also accountable to the public. Every form of charter school, and we know from surveys at some of the charter schools that there's a high level of satisfaction from families with respect to the performance of their schools and the administrations. And most important of all, charter schools have more than proven themselves. In fact, some charter schools are hitting it out of the box and getting incredible results. I point to Achievement First that would be the highest performing district if it's treated as its own district, and is working with our kids right here in Providence and in the urban core. When I think about this charter conversation, it really is about equity. And I ask everyone who is genuinely concerned about this topic of equity to come into this conversation with a truly open mind. We know that wealthy folks, they exercise choice every single day when they send their children to private schools, or they move to better districts, or they have other education options. But that's just not an option for people without means. Poor folks don't have this option, but they should. Thousands of parents every single year, the ones being most affected by the current state of education, they are voting with their feet. And you see this in the long waiting list at the charter schools. Parents just want better options. And we cannot tell poor families that their only option in our public schools is to wait 10 years for the traditional system to improve. If we can provide these options to them today, poor people deserve it, and so this, I believe, is a true equity issue. Our state is in an education crisis, and it's in this crisis because we continue to put special interests above the interests of our children. These special interests continue to stand in the way of progress, and it's the progress that's required to overcome this education crisis. I ask everyone to please listen to all of the families that are voting with their feet. They're choosing charter schools, and as a matter of equity, let's make sure that choice is available to them and not just to the wealthy, privileged few in our community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And if you could just stay on the line, I have a member of the committee that would like to ask you a question. So, Senator Pearson?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for testifying today. I wanted to ask you, I know that particularly the Achievement First expansion that was approved in December, that this action or this bill would
I can't hear the question.
Was an expansion I believe you had opposed for several years. Could you confirm that that's accurate, and if so, why?
Mayor?
Yes.
Are you able to hear?
I couldn't hear the question.
Senator Pearson, would you be able to repeat the question?
Sure. Mayor, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes. Good to see you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, I just said, first, thank you for your testimony today, and thanks for coming to the Education Committee. My question was around this expansion of Achievement First that's included in this batch that was passed in December by the Board of Ed had been pending for quite some time, and I believe you had opposed the Achievement First expansion for several years prior to this year. One, can you let me know if that's an accurate statement, and if it is, the reason for your opposition previously?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I'm happy to speak on that. So I'm the chair of the Board of Achievement First, and when I came onto the board, Achievement First was authorized to grow to roughly 1,000 seats. They brought a matter before the board to expand to 2,000 seats, from 1,000 to 2,000, and I was very much supportive of that. And then another question came up as to whether I would support an expansion from 2,000 to 3,000 seats, and that one I did not support. During that time, I also oversaw the traditional Providence public schools, and I was responsible for making sure that budget balanced. And I was looking at the projections, and it was a very scary outlook in terms of the finances for the traditional school department. So I have spoken with the superintendent and with folks in PPSD. They feel comfortable that they're able to absorb the financial hit, and they'll be able to make the budget balance even with these expansions. So if they're comfortable with it, then I'm comfortable with it. So relieved of that concern and having to balance that budget, then that simply leaves for me the question of which schools deliver for our kids the best. And it's very clear. that these charter schools are hitting it out of the box, and we see that parents have also noticed, and they're voting with their feet. So I hope that helps to explain, why my position on this expansion, has shifted from before to now.
Yeah, Mayor, I think certainly I was aware that your concern was financial, right? Which I think is if there wasn't a financial concern, I think all of us would be saying, yes, whatever school anybody wants to go to, we'd love to do that. But unfortunately, dollars are not unlimited. As you well know, as the mayor of a city that's consistently, working to balance the budget tightly. So I totally understand that. I guess my question would be, the Providence impact alone through these would mean that the city would have to send $21.5 million to charters and be prepared to lose $59.7 million in state aid. So that'd be over $80 million that would be there. Have you seen a plan from anyone in the Providence Public Schools that would support being able to reduce expenses in the Providence school system by $80 million?
So I have quizzed them on this, and I asked them, are they certain and are they sure that they can make it balance? And I think so. There are 2 points that I'd like to make. The first one, to speak directly to your question, Senator, is it's a bit counterintuitive, but I believe it makes sense that when charter schools are growing fast and growing at scale, it actually makes it easier to absorb the loss in revenue. Because, say, for example, you approve an expansion of one new class in a charter school. Those students that go to that charter school would have been going from one school here, one from another school there, and one from another school there. So you're pulling individual kids. It's not enough where you could either save any money because now you have to fund one less classroom, one less teacher, perhaps one less administrator. However, when you're expanding so fast and expanding at scale, you can forecast and you can take these reduced expenses into account as well. So in a counterintuitive way, expansion at scale is actually easier financially for the district to absorb than small incremental expansions. That's one. The second thing that I wanted to say to speak on, to respond, is also stepping back. The argument is that the more money that goes to charter schools is less money that's there for the public schools. But I want to remind folks that charter schools are public schools. They're public schools in every shape and form. And the same argument applies in the opposite direction. The more money that's committed to the traditional public schools, that's less money that's available for these high-achieving charter public schools. And so again, the question just becomes, which schools are delivering for families? Which schools are families, black and brown families primarily, making the decision to want to send their children to? And the answer to that is a resounding answer in favor of charter schools.
Yeah, so Mayor, how many students are in the Providence Public Schools in total?
About 25,000.
So I guess the position that you're staking is that we're okay with taking $80 million in resources out of the Providence Public School system that serves 25,000 students to ensure that about 2,400 have additional opportunity. I guess that's the logic that I'm not quite understanding that you're putting forward there. I guess my question still goes back to, have we seen a plan from Providence Schools that gives us a budgetary path for $80 million? If someone could walk in and show me that plan, I might have a different view, but I've yet to see an $80 million reduction plan for 2,400 kids.
Yeah. So, Senator, the way that I would respond to that is, whatever the dollar amount is, I would respond in the exact opposite way and say, this is X million dollars that's being kept away from schools that can provide high-quality seats to our kids today. If we can provide these opportunities to our kids today, I don't see how we can deny them these opportunities, especially when black and brown families, they're voting with their feet. It's clear they're telling us what they would like to see. Let's give families the choice, the ones that are most impacted from it. Folks are all too used to being disempowered and being told, you have this option or you have that option, this you can do or this you can't do. Let's expand their range of choices and tell them you have options, you have agency, you can determine where your child goes to school, and there's a range of high-quality options available. And we should not deny these high-quality seats and opportunities to these families.
Yeah, I guess, man, I think it's a vicious circle, right? So, they're leaving because they feel the system's not providing them an adequate education, right? But I guess the math that I can't square is how does taking $80 million out of a system going to help the rest of those students that are stuck, right? And we're going to end up in a vicious circle where more and more students want to get out because the system's, worse and worse every year because we're pulling out more and more dollars. It seems like a race to the bottom to me. But I think that part can be debated, every day, between now and Sunday. And so, I think we'll probably have to agree to disagree on that point. But I guess my question would be, and I'd make an ask to you as the mayor of the city, if you could provide this committee, if you could ask the Providence School Department to provide this committee a plan to reduce their budget by $80 million for losing 2,497 students, I'd love to see that plan. And if they can, that's something we can review. But at this point, I haven't seen that plan. And until I do, I don't feel that we're serving the 20,000 plus students in Providence well by making an $80 million decision without actually having the facts and the detail in front of us to make that decision.
Your request is a very fair one, and I think that should be provided to the committee. So in my next meeting with the superintendent, I'll tell him about this conversation, and I'll ask him to certainly provide that if they haven't already. I also just want to make this other point that, let's be realistic about this. Our schools have been underperforming for 40 plus years. I went to these same schools, and some of you may or may not know my story, but I was lucky to have graduated from the schools here in Providence. I'm lucky to be alive today. And I don't blame the public schools for my circumstances. All I'm saying is that I know that they have been underperforming for a very, very long time. And it's not for lack of trying. I know I tried, my predecessor tried, his predecessor tried, and every single predecessor before that tried. It's not for lack of trying. And if we don't do something radically different, then essentially what we know is going to be the case is that the same underperformance that we've had in the past is the same underperformance that we're going to have in the future. So we have a choice to make. Are we going to provide the same low-performing seats to our kids going forward, or are we going to provide high-quality options? And again, let's listen to the black and brown families that are demanding and they're asking for choice. They just want what's best for their kids. Let's provide them this option that they're thirsty and crying out for.
Yeah. I think that's where you'll get a lot of agreement, Mayor, that we all want to make improvements. And as I mentioned earlier, the Senate has made education a major issue for multiple years now. And one of the things specifically we worked a lot on with Providence was the city of Providence didn't have uniform curriculum. That's something Chair Gallo worked very hard with RIDE to make sure that we actually had real curriculum for Providence students. No wonder we weren't getting performance if we didn't have curriculum in those schools that was matched to the standards. So that's just one example of, a litany of things that we worked on over the last 2 to 3 years. We recognize there are currently still problems within the funding formula for Providence. And so I think collectively where we share the goal is working to improve education for all students. And that work is not done. And I certainly recognize that every parent wants a good education for their student. I would too. And I want, good education for every student. And as the senator for Cumberland and Lincoln, people would ask me all the time, what are you most concerned about? And I would tell them, the students in Woonsocket, Pawtucket, Providence, and Central Falls. And so I 100% understand that, and I think that's collectively where we want to work together. And the debate is about, how do we fund everything we want to do? And, taking 80, 90 plus million, it's more than 80 million for Providence and the extras at the state, other areas in the state. How do we best direct those dollars to improve outcomes? And so, we share that. I look forward to hearing from the Providence School Department, and I thank you for making that request on our behalf for their plan for $80 million. And I want to thank you for your time today, and thanks for coming in to testify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
I just want to finish up by saying that Senator Pearson, I've always enjoyed our conversations on education. I find you one of the most informed and insightful people on this topic, and I look forward to continuing this conversation and finding out, as you mentioned, what's the best way to invest those dollars.
Thank you both. And Mayor, if you can just stay on the line for 1 second. I also have different members of the committee that would like to ask you a question. And thank you for definitely getting the request of our committee member. I know that we all could use the numbers and an explanation of the budget. That would be very greatly appreciated. So at this time, I would like to call on Senator Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I already, Senator Pearson did my question. Thank you.
No problem. At this time, I'd like to call on Senator Cooking.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Mayor, for having your information. My question is, have any of the charters hired a for-profit education management company? And if so, what percentage of the public tax dollars are they allocated?
I'm mostly familiar with Achievement First and Excel Academy. They're coming in, and neither of them have a for-profit charter management organization. I can't say whether any charter school has, but I can say that I am not aware of any for-profit charter management organizations.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious because we had this conversation about them being public. And I would have some concerns over, obviously, profit making off of the education system. So if you do happen to find out that any of them are, and I can also do some research, but I would be curious to know that. So thank you.
Yeah, I can certainly look into that and send whatever I find over to the committee.
Thank you both. I really appreciate the back and forth. I think it's healthy, and I really appreciate Mayor Elosa's. Thank you both. I really appreciate the back and forth, healthy conversation. And Mayor Elosa, thank you for taking the time to address the committee. And we're looking forward, as Senator Pearson said and other members of the committee, to work together to make sure that every student really receive the best high quality education. That's the goal. And then so I'm really looking forward to working together. So thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on Pat Crowley from NEARI. Welcome, Mr. Crowley, to Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, Patrick Crowley, the Government Relations Director for NEA Rhode Island. And before I begin, I just want to say on behalf of our 12,000 members across the state, we welcome you to the chairpersonship of this committee, Madam Chair. You're doing an excellent job in very difficult circumstances. So I just wanted to make sure that on behalf of all of our members and every community in Rhode Island, we say thank you. Excuse me. Senator Pearson highlighted a lot of our concerns as it relates to charter schools, and especially the expansion that was recently passed, and why we're here in strong support of the legislation before you today. And I also think it's important to make sure that when we talk about these charter schools within the conversation as public schools, that the legislation at every appropriate time refers to them as charter public schools. So I think the sub-A version of the bill and the floor amendment that Senator Pearson mentioned are very important. I've been coming up to the General Assembly for a number of years now, talking about this debate. And I'm just wondering when the charter school advocates for massive expansions are going to be able to demonstrate that they're not taking money away from traditional public schools. And when are they going to demonstrate that their progress in their individual buildings is going to make progress across the entire state. The reality is that as we've expanded these schools, it has not improved general public education as they've portrayed it to do. And I'm left wondering what is really going on in this conversation. And I'm wondering why, after so many years in Rhode Island, the advocates for charter schools try to pit one community against another. Why do they pit the various groups against each other? Who benefits from that? It certainly isn't public schools. And it's hard for me not to believe that there's an element here of, because our members are members of unions, that's part of it. I mean, after all, the witness before me, Mayor Lorza, is party to a lawsuit against the General Assembly and the governor because this body chose to protect the collective bargaining rights of teachers and education support professionals across the state. So it's hard for me not to take those two things and separate them. I really think those two things are linked. So it's being mindful of your time, and everyone else is here to testify. Just want to say thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. At this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Frank Flynn from the Rhode Island Federation of Teachers. Mr. Flynn, welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you, Senator Cano. And congratulations on being selected as the chair. You have very stylish shoes to fill, but I'm sure you'll do a great job. I'm the president of the Rhode Island Federation of Teachers, as many of you know, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 13, which would create a 3-year moratorium on the creation and expansion of charters, as well as prohibiting any funding for new charter school seats which were approved after July 1st, 2020. We're in the throes of a health pandemic as well as an economic crisis, and while we all hope and pray for timely vaccines and federal financial assistance, our state is projecting an unprecedented shortfall of over $500 million for fiscal year 2022. With rising numbers of unemployment, closings, and tax revenue shortage, we may be looking at several years before we have economic stability. That's why a moratorium is very important at this time. The current Board of Education, which is a non-elected body, as Senator Pearson said a short while ago, approved the creation of 5,500 new charter seats, primarily for Providence and Central Falls. This is going to have a devastating impact on those districts. The intent of this charter experiment was never to create a parallel school district. But what's happening is, at scale, with the current charters that have been approved for Providence, as well as the additional proposals, it will be over 40% of the Providence school-age children will be enrolled in charters, splashing resources for existing public schools. Central Falls already has over 35% of school-age children attending charters. While students leave a district, it does little to reduce the fixed stranded cost, estimated to be between 35 and 55% of the per pupil expenditure. Regardless of Mayor laws, it just said, it does have an impact. The current expansion estimates that next year alone, $5 million in programs and services for Providence public schools will happen. Now, RIDE and Board of Ed pass the law into legitimate programmatic impact statements as required when they approve these. And unconscionable that RIDE has a department in RIDE alone that spends its for both charter schools rather than working for all of the schools in the state of Rhode Island. Providence pay approximately $11 million next year alone, and $100 million when it's completed. We believe the General Assembly has the fiscal authority over charter expansion and creation. That's under 1677.51. We exercise that authority and not expand the budget for the charters that were approved. Please don't let the argument of school choice lead to dramatic expansion of financials and decimate our traditional public schools in Providence and Central Falls by devastating the learning opportunities for the rest of the students in those districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. At this time, I'd like to call on Dr. Joseph Marusak. He is the Executive Director of Nuestro Mundo Public Charter School.
Hello.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Joe Maruszczak. I live in the state of Rhode Island, and I currently work in the state of Massachusetts as a superintendent of schools. And I am one of the co-founders of the Nuestro Mundo Public Charter School, which was given initial approval last month. Our school, when it reaches full enrollment in 2025, will serve approximately 415 Providence youth in grades kindergarten through 8. It will feature, as mentioned before by Steve Osborne, a dual language immersion program in English and Spanish for all students. It will have programming that has been shown by numerous research studies to be by far the most effective in raising the academic achievement of our multilingual learners and closing the achievement gap between multilingual learners and their native English-speaking peers. A lot of attention in the last year and a half has been on the John Hopkins review back in June of 2019 that showed the persistent problems and dysfunction that has led to chronic student underperformance. However, often overlooked was a study by the Council on Great City Schools in September of 2019 that showed the very low achievement levels of multilingual learners in Providence, which at current time are about 34% of the district students. This report showed the unacceptable level of achievement. You know, for example, the last year that we gave the RICAS test in state, about 6% of Providence multilingual learners met the state standards in ELA, and even lower, less than 4% met them in math. I think we're all in agreement that these results are unacceptable, as the report cited. The report also cited that Providence parents expect more, and they want more innovative programming like dual language program. And the report specifically states that these types of programs should be implemented. I just want to close on this real simple note. I am very much against this bill because I do think it's grossly unfair to these proposed schools, such as Nuestro Mundo, who were already granted preliminary approval by both Commissioner Infante Green and the Council of Elementary and Secondary Education. Approval of this bill would represent a retroactive rejection of their lawful authority to grant approval. Schools such as Nuestro Mundo have been in the planning process for well over a year and much more than that, and have undergone a rigorous approval process from both RIDE and an external reviewer to ensure that high standards have been met. So thank you for your time, and I urge rejection of this proposal.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call to give testimony to Mr. Timothy Ryan from the Rhode Island School Superintendent Association. Mr. Ryan?
Yes, Chair Cano.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Chair Cano, members of the committee, my name is Tim Ryan, and I'm from the Rhode Island School Superintendents Association, and we're here to support Bill S-13. I don't want to repeat a lot of the testimony. I think Senator Pearson really raised a lot of the points that we have. Your committee did a yeoman's job in reviewing the funding formula after its use for 10 years. And the recommendations that came out of that committee are very important. Some of them pertain to charter schools. So the massive expansion of charters at this time, I think, is unwise, and we need to have a pause. Several things that have been mentioned already. 2 years ago, Massachusetts considered a proposal, a referenda, to massively increase the number of charter schools by taking the cap off. When Standards & Poor's did an analysis, they found that this would adversely affect the bond ratings for each community. And that was one of the reasons why that proposal failed. RIDE needs to do a rigorous fiscal analysis. That has never been done. And it's very important because we've continued to hear that these are public schools and they function for all kids the same way. In fact, that's really not the case. public school districts have far more students with special needs and special programs. The charter schools have very few of these children. The charter schools, by and large, do not have the same level of expense that the public schools have for career and tech education, for special education. And in fact, when the payroll protection plan came out, several of the charter schools applied, even though public schools were banned from applying. And they considered themselves nonprofit under these circumstances. So I think this is not a knock on charter schools, but the reality is that children in charter schools are receiving a disproportionate amount of aid. I happen to be at some charter schools, and I will wrap up, but two teachers in each class, extended day programs and year programs, that's great. I wish we could afford it in the public schools. So I think we really need to look at this from a fiscal point of view. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work that this committee is doing.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to call on Senator Tiara Mack. Senator, welcome to Education Committee. At this time, I'd like to call on Senator Tiara Mack. Tiara? Senator Mack? Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chairman Kondo. I would like to state my support for this bill, and this is a decision that is very difficult for me as someone who is a former educator. I am a firm believer in all education. I also worked at Achievement First and know firsthand families and young people who have been greatly impacted by the loving and caring environment of the charter school that I worked at. And the communities that are going to be the most impacted by a charter moratorium are going to be Black and brown families, and the families that are most positively impacted by this moratorium are going to be Black and brown families. First and foremost, families deserve school choice, but not at the expense of our public schools, which are still continuing to fail our Black and brown students. We need to work on solutions to the problem of failing Providence Public Schools, and the solution is not to take resources and time away from our public schools. It's to keep that funding and focus on innovative solutions to attract more qualified teachers, make sure we're focusing on teachers who look and represent our students, creating school environments where families feel proud to send their kids to the public schools and have great options. And I think it is, again, another hard decision. I've had families in my community, and I have teachers who I have hired and friends who work at the charter schools, and this is a very tough decision. But I think in light of all that we have to consider, the public schools just need so much more attention and so much more focus, and this is a 3-year moratorium for Providence Public Schools and the state to really focus on resources and solutions to strengthening our public schools as they are. And once again, I do stand in support of this bill. Thank you so much for your time, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Senator Mack. At this time, I'd like to call to testify Mr. Keith Oliveira from the Rhode Island League of Charter Schools. Mr. Oliveira, welcome to the Education Committee.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And again, congratulations to you on assuming the chair. We look forward to working with you in this important position going forward. My name is Keith Oliveira. I'm the Executive Director of the Rhode Island League of Charter Schools, and I'm here to speak against this bill before you, S13. For more than 20 years, our charter schools have developed a proven record of providing really high-quality public education for Rhode Island students and families. And over that time, our charter schools have expanded the landscape of high-quality public school options that families are seeking in record numbers. Rhode Island families, particularly families of color in our urban communities, are demanding more charter school opportunities than currently exist. I think as senators, you have a responsibility to be responsive to this increasing demand and allow for greater opportunity. This bill would deny that opportunity. Madam Chair, each year our League of Charter Schools, we host a charter school fair. and we invite the community to come and meet with representatives of our charter schools and get information about how to enroll. Annually, we get hundreds of families, particularly families of color, coming to our charter school fair looking for opportunity. And that's what our charter schools provide. We provide opportunity for really high quality options. And that's what this bill would prevent. We recognize that charter schools, when an increased enrollment in charter schools, do have a fiscal impact on traditional districts. But I would ask this question. As stewards of public resources, should not we be investing in what we know works? We know that charter schools work, and we know that we get the outcomes, and that we know that parents recognize the outcomes of what our charter schools provide. And so we should be looking to invest in that because we know it works, and we're getting the outcomes that families want and desire. There's been a lot of talk about fixed costs. I would remind the community that all schools subsidize the fixed cost of the 7% holdback of per pupil funding that goes to the charter school. So what's already subsidized to do the funding formula, the fixed cost of schools. I will finally close with this, Madam Chair. A lot of talk about educational equity. And educational equity simply is defined as providing students with the necessary tools and opportunity to succeed. And that's what our Rhode Island charter schools have been doing for more than 20 years. Our schools provide innovative and student-centered learning environments that serve students well. And this is why Rhode Island families are demanding more charter school opportunities, not less. So if providing high-quality educational opportunity is equitable, then denying that opportunity is inherently inequitable. So I thank you for your time, Madam Chair, and we would ask you to not support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. At this time, I'd like to call on Robert Stewart from the Woonsocket Teachers Guild. Welcome, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to testify tonight. From Woonsocket, I teach in Woonsocket, and we've seen charters proliferate in Rhode Island, but there is another side. Communities have learned the unfortunate negative effects of having charters in their communities. In Woonsocket, Beacon Charter for years had a history of choosing to accept students who could only pass 8th grade English and math test. And this selection process, known as creaming, kind of revealed a mindset of charters, which was it wanted to select its students, and thereby academically and economically impoverishing public schools. And after this negative experience and seeing the lack of accountability and how charter schools would siphon away millions of dollars in tuition payments and state aid from the public schools, the attitude towards charters in Woonsocket, it became less welcoming. In 2019, a charter school, Nuestro Mundo, it filed a charter proposal for Woonsocket, and it was not well received by the school committee and after their experience there, looking at the funding. And unfortunately, that proposal was resubmitted and approved for Providence, a city that already contains numerous charter schools. Woonsocket Teachers Guild and the Woonsocket Education Department has had a long history of respecting and working with each other, and that experience has shown that accountable public schools are a better choice than less accountable charter schools. And there's some good research out from Dr. Virginia Reel, North Carolina State University, looking at when you expand charter schools, it heightens school segregation and exacerbates racial and socioeconomic isolation. Starting or expanding these new charter schools is counterproductive public policy that will exacerbate the equity issues and the loss of funding and programs of public schools. Woonsocket Public Schools educates children from all socioeconomic backgrounds. Public schools don't pick their students, and when equity concerns are taken into account, supporting public schools and not stripping them of funding is the better ethical and economic choice. Everyone wants what's best for the students. We want accountable, high-achieving schools that meets the diverse needs of all communities. When we support public schools, we are working for all students. And it is an acknowledgement that we're all equally important. Please support Senate Bill 13. Place the moratorium on the charters. Thank you for your time tonight. I'd just like to give a shout-out to Senator Pearson, who talked about the detailed homework of the funding formula that shows the terrible disparities that have negatively affected districts like Woonsocket. We have suffered from that and see that. Thank you, Senator Pearson, and the rest of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart. At this time, I'd like to call on Pamela McHugh from the Rhode Island Nurses Institute, Middle College. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I speak in opposition to this bill because it has a direct impact on a hugely successful nursing workforce development initiative in the state. This bill, if passed, will prohibit the expansion of the Rhode Island Nurses Institute Middle College. I am a registered nurse, one of the founders of the school, and serve as its CEO. The school was created in 2000. The school was created in 2011 by the Rhode Island nursing profession as a solution to the lack of diversity in race and ethnicity of the Rhode Island nursing workforce, and to the shortage of registered nurses. And that was pre-COVID. Building a culturally diverse nursing workforce is key to improving health quality, equity, access, and patient outcomes. And Rhode is the #1 high school in the state for nurses earning healthcare workforce credentials and college credits. 85% of our graduates attend college in Rhode Island, and close to 50% work in Rhode Island healthcare facilities while attending college. Many of our students, past and present, currently serve as frontline healthcare workers in this current pandemic. We have over 30 healthcare practice partners, including Lifespan Care, New England, CVS, and the nursing colleges programs RIC, URI, and CCRI. We are an important workforce pipeline for these organizations. And I have good news. There's good news for all of us. There are a lot of young people of color, young people who speak multiple languages that want to become nurses. Each year, close to 400 students apply for enrollment for about 60 to 70 seats in our 9th grade. That is why we apply to expand. The financial implication for our school, adding only 228 seats over the next 4 years, is negligible on education funding. We are amid a global pandemic, a public health crisis, where the need for nurses is at an all-time critical high. Our school expansion really must proceed, and I urge the committee to vote to support that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call on Darlene Neckop from the Waggis Teachers Union.
Chair, I had a question for that previous person.
I'm sorry, Senator Gallo, I didn't see that. I apologize. Is she still on the phone? Give me 1 second. We're going to get her back on the phone.
Thank you.
And to the viewers, we apologize. We're trying to actually do this technological, like these hearings virtually. Is very difficult for us to know who has a question and who doesn't. So I really apologize. We really are ready to go. So Ms. Pamela McHugh, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. Senator Gallo has a question for you. So give me 1 second. Senator Gallo, thank you.
So thank you for coming back. My question is, you say that you have all of these students that are applying for these positions. How many registered nurses have you, how many children or students have you graduated that have become a registered nurse?
We have 27 high school graduates. 85% of our high school graduates are still in the college pipeline.
I'm asking you, how many registered nurses are there that have graduated from your school?
We have 27 college graduates who are healthcare professionals. 12 of them are registered nurses currently working. However, our high school is a 4-year investment. Our first graduating class was 2014.
Okay, yeah, because I know, haven't you been in business for at least 8 years, right? Yeah, 8 years. Okay, so in 8 years, you've had 12 registered nurses graduate that are actually practicing?
Our first graduating class was in 2014. So, so they would graduate from college in 2018 and 2019. We have 7 college graduates. 7 of them are registered nurses, other are bachelor's prepared healthcare professionals, and we track them through the National Student Clearinghouse so they know they're currently in the college pipeline. 74% enroll in college right immediately after high school graduation. We know that number goes up to 78% 2 years post Rhode graduate because they're working as CNAs or EMTs in Rhode Island healthcare.
Okay, I have higher expectations than CNAs for this many. If you're saying there's 60 graduates in each year, to have CNAs is not high expectations. I would want registered nurses, and especially during this time when we're in such a need, I would hope that the quality of the education would be doing that.
I think the point is CNAs working as they're going to college. That's part of the program.
Could you stay on the line, Ms. Q? I also have Senator Cooking that has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Cooking.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to you and for obviously nurses should be well respected and well appreciated. My question to you is, you mentioned that some of your students are on the front lines helping with COVID, and I was just wondering, are they being paid? Are they doing it as volunteers and getting credit for it? Just curious.
Well, as part of our high school program, beginning in 11th grade, our students become certified nursing assistants. We produced 180 CNAs, so they're actually working in nursing homes and healthcare facilities being paid. They also, part of the academic program in high school, they have the opportunity to become EMTs, and we have several Rhode graduates, as they're going to college, are working as EMTs, and they're doing a lot of the COVID testing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We don't have any more questions for members of the committee. So at this time, I'd like to go to Darlene Necko from the Warwick Teachers Union. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Thank you to the committee for considering this vital piece of legislation and for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of its passage. My name is Darlene Netko. As a Rhode Island public school teacher of secondary English for 33 years and as president of the Warwick Teachers Union, I can attest to the love, care, and concern that public school teachers have for their students and the tireless effort that we pour into our instruction. Many charter school proponents will paint the charter schools as the sole providers of education for the whole child, but please do not fall for that line, which is just one example of the way that charter schools pit themselves against the public schools in a winner-take-all battle to steal funding from school districts and leave the public schools underfunded and unable to provide the necessities of a basic education. The Warwick Public Schools currently gives over $1 million to charter schools. When one adds that number to the money lost to Pathways, another major drain on the school department's finances, Warwick is losing almost $4 million a year. However, because the students are spread out from kindergarten to high school, the school system cannot save money by closing a classroom or building or by laying off faculty and staff. The district still needs to have the funding to heat and provide electricity to the buildings, run the buses, provide materials and technology to the students, and pay the salaries of all of the professionals that make a district run safely for students. Warwick schools, like many across the state, have suffered from deferred maintenance. Although our city has passed bond referenda to begin to make the necessary improvements, such repairs will take time, and there are still schools that have non-functioning heating and ventilation systems. There are still leaking roofs and windowless classrooms without ventilation. The local news has prominently featured the adverse conditions of schools around the state. Sending the money for these schools to charter schools will ensure the continued decline of the public schools. Charter schools have been a scourge in this state and around the country and have proven highly detrimental to the public school systems from which they siphon the funds necessary to provide a free, high-quality education to the vast majority of the children in the communities that the school systems serve. Many studies have proven that by running a parallel school system with public money, charter schools leave many children behind. The public schools are supposed to be America's great equalizer. Unfortunately, for many reasons, the education that many students receive is not equal to that of others. Although there are many issues that factor into this inequality and that should be addressed, one impediment that can easily be rectified is to halt the proliferation of charter schools and the money they drain from the public schools. By enacting this legislation, the Rhode Island General Assembly will be taking a step in the right direction. The public schools will be able to keep their funding and utilize it for the good of all their students. Thank you for your time and effort on behalf of the public school children in Rhode Island.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to welcome to the committee Elizabeth Bork Bryan from Rhode Island Kids Count. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello, it's Elizabeth Bork Bryan.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Koo.
We're ready for your testimony.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and congratulations. Thank you. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. Rhode Island Kids Count would like to voice its opposition to Senate Bill 13, which would place a moratorium on the creation or expansion of charter schools through the 23-24 school year. This bill would also reverse the approvals for new and expanded charter school seats approved by the Council on Elementary and Secondary Education last month. Rhode Island Kids Count supports both high-quality district schools and high-quality public charter schools. High-quality education can help lift children out of poverty and ensure that we have the kind of well-educated citizenry and workforce that Rhode Island needs to prosper. Yet, we know that there are large discrepancies and disparities between low-income students and higher-income students, including across our students of color, and these disparities need to be closed. Rhode Island Kids Count is deeply committed to the students, families, and educators across the state who are working incredibly hard to improve district public schools. We have been involved with advocacy and involvement in the community design team in Providence, and we hear from teachers like the Warwick Teachers Union president a few minutes ago, who speaks so passionately about the excellent work that is being done in our district schools. We support having a strong, diverse array of public charter schools so that families that are often underserved in traditional public schools have more choices to meet the needs of their children. Access to high-quality public charter schools provides students and their families with a wider array of educational options that fit their needs. We know that there are many concerns about how charter schools are funded, particularly how they receive funding from the state's funding formula, and how local aid is dispersed to charter schools. We agree this is a critical issue that needs discussion and action. However, we do not agree that students and families that desperately seek school options through public charter schools should be denied opportunities to high-quality public school. There is such significant demand, as has been referenced in this hearing, by the record number of 20,000 charter school applications for this school year alone, and in Providence, nearly 5,000 families applied for public charter school placement, yet only 18% received one. If passed, this bill would limit access and opportunities for families to enroll in these public charter school options that fit the needs of their child. The opportunity of educational options that meet the needs of students is a privilege that many higher income families exercise regularly. It is critical that there be both high-quality district schools and high-quality public charter schools. The pursuit of a high-quality education should not be a privilege for just some, and low-income students and students of color should not have to wait for public school charter options while the systems that are failing them strive to improve. So we know much good work is going on to improve district schools, and we believe that it is important to continue to have options for high-quality public charter schools. And for that reason, we are opposed to this bill, and we urge you to oppose this bill so that a range of options is available to students who need them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your remarks. I also would like to make sure that everybody that is seeing us today know that we have received lengthy written testimony today, and all committee members have the package. So I would ask you, if you have submitted a testimony in writing, to just refrain to additional comments, since we do have a lot of people that want to testify today. At this time, I'd like to call on Tracy Kavanaugh from the Central Falls Teachers Union. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone can hear me?
We're ready. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tracy Kavanaugh. I am a special educator in the Central Falls School District and the Central Falls Teachers Union president. In the 31 years that I have been teaching in the Central Falls School District, I have seen our traditional public school system struggle financially due to the continued approval to expand charters in the state of Rhode Island. Charters drain desperately needed funding from our neighborhood public schools. The city of Central Falls is 1 square mile and is already impacted by 11 charter schools. Nearly $4 million will be budgeted for charter school tuitions this year without this expansion. The traditional public schools are financially struggling to provide an equal and quality education for students due to the severe financial impact caused by the current charters. This financial impact has had a programmatic impact on the Central Falls School District. Central Falls High School has limited electives due to the financial restraints. They no longer offer business electives, 2D or 3D art classes, or drama. Unfortunately, our students don't have an option to explore journalism and media studies, financial planning, or playing an instrument in a band. The financial impact that charter schools have had has also limited our resources for our needier populations. Resource and inclusion teaching positions have been cut in half, which has resulted in reduced support for our needier students. And guidance positions have been cut at a time when we should be increasing social emotional support for our students. Charter schools state that they accept all students, and entrance is a lottery process. They don't speak about their request for test scores or interviews that take place with the parents and students. The traditional public schools accept all students, no matter what their needs may be, no matter what amount of schooling they may have had. Charter schools do not. I ask that you support your traditional public schools. Give us the support both financially and publicly that our students deserve. I ask that you pass Senate Bill 13, Charter School Moratorium. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Toby Shepard, Providence Preparatory Charter School. Mr. Shepard, welcome to the Education Committee.
Great, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for having me before your committee this evening. My name is Toby Shepard. I am a Providence resident, parent, educator. I'm one of the founders of the Providence Preparatory Charter School. Here this evening to share my concern with Senate Bill 13. Our school is a homegrown, Providence-based nonprofit organization. Our founding board of directors included individuals affiliated with the Providence School Department, the Providence Police Department, the Providence Housing Authority, and other nonprofit organizations connected to the city of Providence. Our application included letters of support from organizations like the College Crusade of Rhode Island Kids Count, Children's Friend, Family Service of Rhode Island, and the former Providence School Superintendent. We proposed a small middle school because we knew from our experience and from the data that this is one of the greatest areas of needs in our community. We plan to open next year with only 126 5th and 6th grade students, with a plan to slowly grow to serve 252 5th through 8th grade students over the next 3 years. Our school plans to provide our preference in our lottery to Providence middle schoolers who are enrolling from the lowest performing elementary schools in the city of Providence. And as the representative from RIDE indicated earlier tonight, we would offer a longer school day and a year-round school calendar. Since our authorization last month, we applied for and received a competitive federal grant. We've received a lot of interest in enrollment in just the last couple of weeks from families that we've been in touch with in the city of Providence. And we've entered into a long-term lease with the Diocese of Providence to use a vacant school building that's in the city of Providence's West End neighborhood. We understand the General Assembly's important role in ensuring that our state's funding formula supports all students equitably. And if the General Assembly believes that a pause in new charter schools is required to study the funding formula, we implore you to please hold harmless schools like ours that have been working for many, many months to prepare to open this coming September. Thank you for your time. I'd be delighted to speak further about our school and welcome any additional questions members of the committee have tonight or at a future time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Give me 1 second here. At this time, we are waiting to hear from the next people in the list. So at this time, we will go to Cassandra Ines. Cassandra, are you in the line?
Hi.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Cassandra Inez. I am here as a lifelong resident of Providence, a community member, an alumni of Providence Public Schools, a graduate of a failed, closed charter school, and a proud traditional public school teacher. I have to kind of change a little bit of what I was going to say, just so I don't repeat what other people were saying. But the 2 points I want to make is first that we need to reevaluate how we are approving these charters and their expansions, because a lot of charter schools are underperforming just as any other traditional public school. And that's not being talked about enough. We keep talking about the high-performing charters, and they are given 3 years to prove whether they are worthy to continue or not. And so I just want to put that out there, that we have to also consider that these charter expansions may lead to closures in the next 3 years. The second thing I want to make, the second point I'd like to make is that charter schools have limited seats, and traditional public schools do not have the option of turning away students if we run out of space, if we run out of money. And if you are familiar with charter schools, they run on a lottery system. In high school, I went to have an interview with the dean of students, and based on that interview, I was granted entry. And a lot of my peers, a lot of people I came up with and grew up with, did not have the same opportunity. So when we are talking about charter schools and all the opportunities they provide, we're not considering the students that do not get a seat at that table. All right, so those are the 2 points I'd like to make. In response to some of the other comments I've heard, specifically from Mayor Alorza, the representative of the city I work for, talking about public schools as if they are truly public has become synonymous with free. right? They are free public schools, but they turn students away. Not every student will get the equal opportunity to attend them, and so we have to keep that in mind. So I'm sorry I don't know your name, but a senator who spoke earlier about the budgets and, where are we going to find this $80 million? I'm sure Lorza and other people can find ways to make it work, but we've been making it work this long for, 40 years, more than 40 years, and we're still not getting what we need. So if these charters have some secret magical formula, why aren't we doing that in our traditional public schools? Why can't we take those models and use them if they're working? We need to provide these opportunities for all our students, not just for the ones who are getting a CF in those charters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to call on Channel McLeod. She's a teacher from the town of Smithfield. At this time, I'd like to call on Janet McLeod, and she's a teacher on the town of Smithfield. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, so bear with us. I'm sorry we couldn't get her on the line. So at this time we're going to go to Mary Beth Calabro, Province Teachers Union. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, good evening. This is Mary Beth Calabro. I'm president of the Providence Teachers Union, and I'm here to support the bill on the moratorium for charter schools. As you know, and as we're all keenly aware, we are in the midst of a global pandemic, which has impacted not only our school system in terms of staff and students, in terms of infrastructure, but there will also be consequences on budget and materials and supplies and actions and curriculum for our students. And we don't know the depth and the breadth of that impact, given we're still in the very first stages, if you will, of this pandemic. When we have an increase in charter school seats, there's a potential for a loss of over $100 million annually. Given our financial dire straits prior to the pandemic, I'm pretty sure that we cannot afford to have such a significant and deeply cutting impact, especially given that we are in turnaround. Decreases in student population will be happening anyway, regardless of charter school expansion. It would happen through attrition and through organic means. But that compounded with the loss of students to charter schools will be so highly impactful that we will lose not only teachers, but we will lose, more importantly, materials, programs, and supports that will most reach our most vulnerable populations of students who don't typically hit the quote-unquote lottery, if you will. With that said, I think that the purpose of our takeover in Providence was so that we could make sweeping and lasting improvements to make our schools better for our students, our families, and the community. I don't think that expanding charters so that we lose funding and seats does anything to help our students or our community.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to call on Delia Rodriguez Masuan from the Providence Preparatory Charter School. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Delia Rodriguez Majuan. I am the chair of the PVD Prep Charter Middle School. Thank you so much for your time, and to the members of the committee. I have lived in Providence for over 30 years. I'm originally from Argentina. My youngest son just graduated from classical high school. I came to the United States when I was about 20 years old, and my children have gone to the public school systems in Rhode Island. In this country, I've come to learn that as parents we have a voice, and our voices must be heard. I'm here to make my comment against this bill because I have heard from too many families in the Latino community, in the immigrant community, in the communities of color, of their desire to have an option for their children to have education where they can make the decision where they want to send their children. My work in the community is community engagement, so I hear from families on a day-to-day basis, and education is a top issue for parents of color who are very passionate about making a decision. These parents want their children to succeed and to be prepared for the 21st century. And this is not against the public school system. This is an opportunity to have other options that they do not have. They've already been hurt with the situation with COVID because their financial situation has put them in a very drastic and challenging opportunity for their students. These parents are economically disadvantaged, but they want respect, and they want their children to have opportunities that other kids of more affluent communities have. This is why I agreed to serve as the chair of PVD Prep Charter School. I believe in the mission and vision of PVD Prep, and I believe that all students should have the opportunity to strive in a rich and caring environment. It's important that we listen to the parents who many times don't have access to the internet, don't understand the system, don't have a way to communicate to let you know that they are highly interested in ensuring that they can have a voice and a choice for their children in other optional educational environments. So it's not, again, against any public school system, because in fact I do have worked with the public school system. I also chair the school board nominating commission for the city of Providence, but I do know that parents want to have that opportunity to make a decision. By denying funding, you will set back even further the education for students and families who are desperately in need for options for their kids.
Thank you for your testimony.
And as advocate, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to call Owen Stearns from the Excel Academy Charter School. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good evening, Senators. Thank you, Chairwoman Cano and Vice Chair Gallo, for holding this hearing and listening to our perspective. My name is Owen Stearns. I am the Superintendent of Excel Academy Charter Schools. Over the past several months, we have been meeting with parents, community, and elected leaders in Rhode Island and have been overwhelmed by the level of support we have received. Over 200 people wrote letters or spoke during public hearings. 88% were in support of our proposal. We are continuing this community outreach to families today, as community engagement has been fundamental to the success of our students and the neighborhoods we serve. Excel went through a rigorous application process this fall, as you know, culminating in a vote of conditional approval by the council in December to open a new school in 2022. Given that, I just wanted to briefly introduce you to Excel and why we're excited about the work ahead. Excel prides ourselves on serving a diverse community. 86% of our students identify as Latino or African American, and 60% 68% are designated as high needs. These students have achieved remarkable outcomes since we opened our doors nearly 2 decades ago. And while there are many ways to gauge their success, I'd like to briefly focus on 2. The first is success after they graduate. Nationally, around 10% of children from low-income families go on to earn a 4-year college degree. At Excel, 74% of our 2020 graduates matriculated to 4-year colleges in the middle of the pandemic. Excel graduates currently attend Providence College, Johnson & Wales, Brown, Harvard, Boston College, Princeton, and many more. Importantly, Excel also supports our graduates who pursue other post-secondary pathways, including vocational and apprenticeship programs. The second is our students who are multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. 20% of our students qualify for special education services. 60% have a first language other than English. Our work with these students was recently profiled as an exemplar by a national education publication given their strong academic performance. And our overall attrition rate is less than 5% a year lower than the state average, with our multilingual learners and students with disabilities having a lower attrition rate than our general education students. We are excited to work with the communities of Providence, North Providence, and Central Falls, and with the other districts already engaged in this important work to provide families with high-quality schools that best meet their needs. This moratorium would be a huge step back to that work, and for thousands of families who all families want high-quality educational choices for their children. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call Elizabeth Weinengold, Director of Achievement First, Rhode Island. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello?
Welcome. We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm watching and I can still hear another person speaking.
You may have a delay, but we can hear you now. Welcome.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, Senator Kano. Thank you very much. You can hear me? Okay, excellent. I gotta turn off my own.
You need to mute your computer enough if you're gonna have feedback, but we can hear you, yes.
I'm working on the muting. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman Kano, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm the Director of External Relations at Achievement First. Sorry, I thought I did. Okay, much better. I'm the Director of External Relations at Achievement First, and I've been in this role for 7.5 years. What actually informs my leading on our expansion at Achievement First is the 15 years I spent prior to working at Achievement First. I led AmeriCorps National Service programs, before and after school programs, and Saturday programs for students in Providence schools. And after many, many years, I came to the conclusion that supplementing a broken system is just not enough. We can build all kinds of things around the school day, but it doesn't necessarily impact the education that kids are receiving that are going to impact their lifelong outcomes. Recently, we embarked on a year-long process to apply for expansion. We followed every step of the state process. The Rhode Island Department of Education received 480 letters of support for our expansion. They held 4 different public opportunities for the community to weigh in, and at each one, the support for our expansion far outweighed the opposition. It was quite noteworthy that AF supporters represent and share the background of our students and families, while our detractors are overwhelmingly white and do not represent our families. We had 3,880 students on our wait list after enrolling 500 kids last fall. The lottery for the 21-22 school year opened on December 1st, and to date, we have received over 3,000 applications, many of which are for the elementary school that we're planning to open this fall. We've already hired a principal. We are in conversations about a building. We're moving. And to stop this would just put us moving backwards. I'm a lifelong Rhode Islander. I have worked in education for over 20 years. During that time, I've seen a lot of ideas on how to improve Providence schools. None of them have brought the desperate change required to help the kids and parents drop the broken system. I realize my time is up. I just want to say one last thing. I want to speak directly to Senator Quezada. Senator Quezada, We have 2,071 students on our wait list specifically from your community. In the past month, we've received over 700 applications just from District 2. We want you to know your constituents want this option and they want it to flourish. I ask all of you, how much longer will our kids have to wait? They can't wait for a moratorium. Thank you very much for your time tonight, Senators.
Would you stay on the line? I would like to address a highly offensive statement that you made. It's offensive to me, and I am just going to kind of address it tonight. You say that it was noteworthy that your supporters represent and share the background of your students and families, while you detractors are overwhelmingly white and don't represent the backgrounds of the families that we do serve. With all due respect, I'd like to say that all members of our community are super diverse, and regardless of our background, we all care about the families that we represent. We do know that representation matters, and I'm actually very proud that all of these members have been working together to make sure that every student has the high quality education that they deserve. So I find it very offensive that you have put that in and you have stated tonight in your comments, because this is not about a particular race or just attacking personally people that are white. I think that this issue, and we have said it, is about a pause. And I'd like to just say that this committee obviously are going to hear to all testimony, but I just like to ask why is it that you make it about race when we do have advocates across all Rhode Island that regardless of the race, I do know that there is a lot of champions. And again, I say representation matters, and I'm happy that I'm here because I do know that my voice matters when I represent the community that I am from. But I just feel that it was a need to address that comment, and I just like for you to respond to it if you can.
Absolutely, Senator, and I apologize. I wasn't trying to be offensive. I was merely trying to state the facts. It was similar in 2016. We see our families and parents come out and fight for these options over and over again in large numbers, and then oftentimes the detractors just genuinely don't represent the communities that we serve, often don't actually live in the communities that we serve. But I'm not trying to be offensive at all. I'm just trying to state what is often sort of noticed by the families that we serve. They ask me, why are people fighting against us and the choices that we want, and they don't even necessarily live in our neighborhood.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I have to respectfully disagree that we're making an issue against charters versus traditional schools. This is, if you have heard the bill, this is about a pause to make sure that we have the funding formula equitable for all schools in Rhode Island. So I just want to make sure that there is a distinction, but thank you so much for responding to my question. And I'm just doing this because I think it's important that we all know that we can debate on issues, but it's very sad when we try to attack people for the background or personally or for the way that they look, because sometimes that is not always the truth. So I just wanted to address that. But thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Does any other members of the committee have a question? I'd like to welcome Georgina Sandoval, also from Achievement First. Georgina?
Hi.
Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Kenna and members of the Education Committee. My name is Georgina Sandoval. I live in Providence, and I'm calling tonight to oppose Senate Bill 13. I would like to start saying that I work at Achievement First. I lead our student recruitment outreach effort, and I have both the pleasure and the pain associated with running our lottery. And I only say this because I'm the one who, after the lottery, received hundreds of phone calls from parents on our wait list asking when are their kids going to get off the wait list. I would like to point that as of today, we have more than 2,800 applications for the 21-22 school year lottery. These are more than 1,000 unique applications, parents who chose to apply to our schools. This bill is trying to silence the voice of parents who are desperately looking for a better choice for their kids, and kids cannot wait to receive this education. So that's why I oppose this bill tonight.
Thank you so much. And can you just hold on the phone? I have Senator Quesada that would like to make a statement. Senator Quesada?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo your comments that you did before. It's not a question. I just want to make sure that they understand that we are not here against any school. I represent a very diverse district, and we're not against charter school or in favor of public school. We represent the one that are in charter school, but we represent the one that are public school too. And this is not about the Latino or people of color against Caucasian. I think we all live in the same community, and we all want the best education possible for all the children, not just for some, not just for the children who are charter school. And I was just want to echo your comment that you made before, that this is not right, that we're trying to put one community against the other. And I think this is not the purpose of this bill. I think the purpose of this bill is to find the right funding for all the school, not just for the children who go to charters or private or public school.
Thank you so much, Senator Quesada. At this time, I'd like to call Hannah Ong from the Achievement First. Welcome to the Senate Education Committee.
Hi. Thank you for having me. Do I just talk now?
Yes, we're ready for your testimony.
Okay, perfect. Chairman Kano and members of the Education Committee, I am here to testify against Senate Bill 0013. My name is Hannah Ong. I am class of 2018 at Juanita Sanchez High School and currently a junior at Northeastern University. Most importantly, I am a sister of a 6th grader who is on the wait list at Achievement First. Receiving a great education is a choice, not an option. My experience with education advocacy since high school has shown me that Achievement First is exactly where my brother belongs. However, his choice of a great education and where he goes to college are determined by his zip code and socioeconomic status. The Johns Hopkins report was unsurprising, and yet it still broke my heart to imagine that my brother and I are just one of the many victims of the corrupt education system. Our nation cannot repair the damage that has caused by America's history of housing discrimination overnight, or even over the next decades to come. But together, we can repair the system by allowing parents, especially parents of low-income and first-generation students, to choose a school system that is made to unlock their children's fullest talents and potentials. How can we trust a system that has been proven to be failing the weakened group of people over and over again? In order to move our community forward, we, as parents and guardians, must be given more choices to choose a great education for our children. We want an education that stirs our younger generation away from school segregation in the 21st century. Amanda Gorman once said, "Being an American is more than a pride we inherit. It is the path we step into and how we repair it." So please help us by giving us more opportunity to break the systemic racism through having the freedom to choose an education. I recognize how hard you work for the future of our children. Otherwise, we all wouldn't be here. But our trust cannot be given until the change is proven. Until then, my brother belongs to Achievement First.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yes, my little brother would like to have a say as well.
Excuse me, but we couldn't hear you.
Sorry, my little brother would like to have a few words as well.
Okay, what's your little brother's name?
Go ahead.
My name is Tava, and the kids my age are struggling to find a good education. I think it is wrong to stop achievement first. If we have the chance to have a better education, we will take it. Our education is very important. As time goes on, we would look back and wish we had taken these chances to have a better education. If we work together to change that and give kids the opportunity to go to better schools, we would be helping thousands of kids getting better knowledge. We know we would have a chance to upgrade our economy, and as kids get smarter, each and every one of them would have different minds and thoughts. As thousands of kids get a good education, we could have a better chance of human survival. Some will go to rocket science, more people will help NASA to find planets that are safe. There are many more kids that have the opportunity to do these stuff. Some kids my age don't have access to good schools to improve their knowledge. When kids grow up in a good school, some of them could figure out a way to reach long distances in a rocket without using gas, and some of them could figure out a way to stop global warming while living normal lives on Earth. We need to work together to start opening more better schools, because Rhode Island kids deserve an opportunity to choose their favorite school.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You did an amazing job, and we really take your point in consideration. I just want to say that how old are you?
11.
11. Thank you so much. You did amazing. So really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Have a great night. At this time, I'd like to call in Jimmy Rucanira from Achievement First. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jimmy. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the Chairwoman, Kano, and member of the Education Committee. My name is Jimmy. I'm from Providence, Rhode Island. I'm a father of 4, but I'm having 2 now. One is on the private school, Achievement First. The other one is in the public school, Kennedy School. I would like to oppose the bill that deny our children to have a... Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm speaking in opposition to this bill tonight because my children have the privilege to go to Achievement First. One of my kids is attending there, another one is attending at Kennedy School. But looking at the progress my kids getting from the Achievement First, I would like to have all my children attending to Achievement First. But if you oppose it now, I will be having like no option than sending my kid to the public school. And the other thing I would like to ask all members listening to me right now, denying achievement opposite to expand is like allowing a monopoly of education. Allowing achievement to grow will give the challenge to the public school to know that whatever we are doing, we have to code. We are having a competition in front of us. But every time we say like we have to privilege to the public school, they will always be behind the progress. On my side, I feel like please we need achievement school to get some funds so that my kid can join the other sibling to the achievement school. Please, in my community, we are from Africa, and all my community members, they were saying they are always applying to be admitted to achievement school. They don't get a chance. Ours, they want to get that chance, and they are always looking forward to get admitted to that school. Please, I'm begging you, allow to get some funds so that we can get some more members to come to the achievement school.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to call Shirley Diaz from Achievement First. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I have a daughter. And my testimony is because since I have my son and he's 20 right now, I've been applying for charter school for my son. He never got in. Never got it. That I just was like, okay, forget it. I just not gonna even bother. Right now, even my daughter, I've been applying before she went to kindergarten, and she haven't get in. We need the opportunity for our kids, and we're not having it. And it's not fair for us that we want to have more education for our kids, and we cannot even get it. My daughter, she haven't even get in, and I've been applying for every charter school that is in this state, every charter school that is in Providence, everything. I have been doing everything, and she never got in. Even with my son, and he's already 20, he already passed high school. And I did it since he started kindergarten into 5th grade. I just got tired of it because it was like you don't have no choice and you're not gonna get in because the lottery. They should have more opportunity for more kids to get in, or more charter schools for more kids to have it.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Diaz. Really appreciate it. At this time, I'd like to call Elizabeth Minton. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Minton.
Yes.
I signed up to speak to you guys. I can't hear you. In the background. I signed up because I'm pleading with you guys not to sign the bill tonight. My child has been on the waiting list for 3 years, and signing that bill will make her not to get accepted in the charter school. So I'm pleading with you guys to please not sign the bill. I don't want my child to go to public school. Right now, she goes to a private school because I don't like public school system. So I have her in a private school. So I'm pleading with you guys not to sign that bill because then it will affect her for not getting into the charter school. That's why I signed up to speak with you guys tonight.
So I have a question. Any of you kids go to the Achievement First currently?
No. I've been on waiting list for 3 years now.
You've been on a waiting list. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you so much.
At this time, I'd like to call in Jenny Siwi Rodriguez. Is a founder of Parents Leading for Educational Equity. Jeannie, welcome to the Education Committee.
Good evening, Chairwoman Kano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Janie Segui Rodriguez. My relentless advocacy for my daughter has led me to co-found PLEA, Parents Leading for Educational Equity. I am the parent of a child who attended traditional public school for 5 years prior to transitioning to Achievement First. My daughter was in the 11th percentile in math. As a parent, I requested academic testing for her. She was provided with interventions that would be tested right before the 60-day window was up.
She would barely test out of receiving services and was removed from interventions. I was told she could only qualify for an IEP if she was below 5% proficiency. We did this for 4 years. Do you know how desperate that feels? She was denied an IEP after her transition to She was denied an IEP in the traditional public school. After her transition to AF, they could tell something was wrong, and they tested her. She was diagnosed with an arithmetic disability and would need an IEP to accommodate her learning. 2 years later, she has a much stronger sense of numbers, and we're still working on her self-esteem. She now can write a perfect essay. This bill does nothing to improve the education system. It simply puts a 3-year hold on options for low-income Black and brown kids. The state should be adjusting the funding formula and increasing aid to our urban core districts. According to data presented to the task force members in 2019, the numbers pulled from the 2018 fiscal year show Woonsocket underfunding its cost by $13.5 million, or $2,336 per student, Pawtucket by $13.3 million, or $1,507 per student, and Providence by $6.4 million, or $281 per student. When kids go to private schools, no one makes a fuss, but we want to eradicate the very few options our Black and brown children have or could have. The school my daughter should be attending, only 8.58% of students are proficient in ELA, and only 5.94% are proficient in math prior to the pandemic. That is criminal. So much is happening in our country. Some of you are finally starting to see the racial injustices we've been experiencing for too long. We have a new POTUS, the most powerful person in the world. The day after inauguration, he met with the teacher union leaders. Do you know who he didn't meet with? Parents. There are large power structures at play here that no one wants to talk about. Folks are finally starting to come to terms with a racist policing system that kills Black and brown people without impunity. All it took was decades in a video of an officer kneeling on a Black man's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. George Floyd. What will it take for you to see that our traditional public schools are choking the life out of our Black and brown kids, stifling their long-term earning potential and setting them up for failure? In fact, parents don't care if their children go to a traditional or non-traditional public school, but we'll take the imperfect schooling system that educates our kids over the one that doesn't. The public schools have never served our Black and brown kids. Our children are not experiments. If they can get it right for the white kids, they can get it right for the Black and brown kids. In the meantime, we don't owe the system our kids. We don't owe the system our kids. I will never put white middle-class jobs over the education of Black and brown kids, and neither should you. Look at who is here opposing this bill. Who are you really representing? I am respectfully asking you to trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing Senate Bill 13. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your remarks. At this time, I'd like to call Chena DeBrito. She's also from PLE. Welcome to the Senate Education Committee.
Hello. Good evening, Chairwoman Kano and the members of the Education Committee. My name is Shana DeBrito. I live in the city of Pawtucket, and I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 13. I am a mother of 2. My daughter is in junior high school, and my son will be starting school in 2024. If this bill is passed, the chances of my son getting into a charter school will decline. I have been applying for my daughter to get into a charter school since she started school in 2013. And every year we are left disappointed and feeling hopeless. I have been applying year after year for 8 years. I don't have the luxury of sending my child to a private school. I don't have time to wait till 2024. I don't want my child to fall through the cracks. Only 10.6% of the students in my daughter's middle school are proficient in ELA, and only 8.81% of students are proficient in math. I want my child to have the opportunity to better their future. I'm respectfully asking you trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing Bill 13. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. At this time, I'd like to call on Vanessa Lewis. She's not available at the moment. So We'd like to go to Millie Morales. Welcome to the Education Committee. We didn't get an answer from Millie Morales as well. So we're going to call up next person in the list, Chairman Webster from PLEP. Bear with us one moment. We're trying to call the witnesses to testify. The people to testify. Welcome to the Education Committee. Hello? Bear with us. We have some technical difficulties here. Welcome to the Education Committee. Chairman Webster?
Hi, yes, this is Charmaine Webster. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to have our voice be heard tonight. I live in the city of Woonsocket, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that you're hearing me correctly.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. I live in the city of Woonsocket and am representing the youth that I advocate for in our city.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I do advocate for young adults throughout Woonsocket and our entire village. We deserve better opportunities for great schools, and we all owe that to our children and our futures. In a perfect world, the need for charter schools wouldn't exist, or the funding for them. In an imperfect world, we do know that we have got to stop Bill 13. We have to overwhelmingly stop Bill 13. Woonsocket has the lowest graduation rate, the highest absentee rate from grades K all the way through high school, and the highest suspension rates with the longest consequences throughout the entire state of Rhode Island. The educational gap is a beast that has to be slayed from many angles. We cannot feed the beast. Not ever. We cannot ever feed the beast, as it is eating up our youth and it is eating up our future. To quote, and please forgive me if I say the name wrong, but to quote Bronfenbrenner, a child needs at least one adult that is irrationally crazy about them Together, we have to move to a day that irrationally crazy does not mean, please don't deny children the access. I am respectfully asking you to trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing Senate Bill 13.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
At this time, I'd like to call Osmari Barker. She's also calling from Plead. Osmari, welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Kano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Osmari Barker. I'm calling tonight to oppose Senate Bill 13. I had the pleasure earlier today to participate in the Right from the Start campaign kickoff. As you can hear, my little one. Excuse me. Today's message was that the success in high school, college, and career begins in early childhood. The experiences at our early childhood lay the foundation for future academic, social, and emotional success. The same applies to our K-12 system. The investments and options we as families make in our children's education pay dividends by helping our Black and brown children gain the advantages that they need for a lifetime of opportunity. This bill does nothing to improve the education system. It merely puts a 3-year hold on the options for low-income minority children in urban communities like myself and my children. There are a lot of testimonies today around money taken away from the traditional school path versus non-traditional public schools, charters. But when kids go to private schools, the money doesn't go to our district. Those families have the choice and means. We do not. The state should be making adjustments to the funding formula and increasing aid to our urban core districts. The fact that charter schools give parents like me an option for quality education, my alternative is a school system underperforming and failing our Black and brown children for over 40 years. Today, you have the ability to make a change that will benefit the educational foundation of our most vulnerable communities. Our families deserve more options, not less. I'm respectfully asking you to trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing tonight's Senate Bill 13. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Sandra. Have a good night.
We are waiting to get some other people we call in, but we haven't gotten the answer, so we're just waiting for the next person up. While we wait for somebody to get on the phone with us, I'd like to say that I reiterate that all committee members have received a lot of written testimony, and we have been reviewing all the testimony and will continue to do so.
Chair?
Yes.
It's Senator Gallo. I just wanted, while we had a little downtime here, I had missed asking the question of the Nostro Mundo. Supposedly, from what I understand from the written testimony, the person in charge, Joseph Marizak, however you say his name, he's looking to pay himself $170,000. And my question is to anybody else that's going to be calling in about the accountability, and if they expect us just to approve all of these charters and there's no checks and balances and there's no accountability, how do we balance this? And who says that he is allowed to make $170,000, and how is that okay, and how is that better for the children?
Thank you so much, by Chairwoman Gallo. I think that is a very fair point, and accountability, it is important for all our public schools. So I think that that is a question that is important for us to raise, and I thank you for bringing that up. At this time, we have Marisol Clarisol Hernandez Castillo on the phone. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Yes?
We can hear you now.
Oh, somebody called me about the school charter?
You have signed up to testify.
Oh. Yes.
Didn't you sign up to testify today with us?
No, because outside my house, but in my phone, you sent me the link?
No, you are already testifying. We are in the Senate Education Committee. Do you have any input in regards to the bill?
No.
All right. Thank you so much for calling today. I really appreciate it. At this time, we would like to welcome Arthur Tenty. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Kano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Arthur S. Tenty and I live in Providence, Rhode Island. And I'm calling tonight to oppose Senate Bill 13. And my reason is because I want my children to attend any of the Achievement First schools. I also know many of my friends and neighbors who wanted to have been part of this testimony process tonight, but they are not here because of their work schedules. I see that this bill will undercut our efforts to make our choices on which schools our children should attend. And I think education is competition. And so I listened to other previous speakers advocating for public school. Before even we send our children to those charter schools, we use the outreach school program, the child outreach screening program to test our kids, their ability from pre-K to K1 to first grade before they can go to any of the elementary schools in public or charter schools. So I see passing this bill will take away our choices we make on which schools our children to attend. And as we speak, those children are growing and they have been on wait list for a long time. They are aging. The age range for those children to attend school will pass if this bill pass, and it will deny our kids more chances to attend the school we want them to attend. So passing this bill, it will hinder us, it will hinder our kids' education. So I'm appealing to every one of you, those on the committee and you, Madam Chairlady, to please not to pass this bill. And I know my senators, Goodwin is on this committee. She's listening to me. Sometimes I call her office, she's busy, but I know those parents who want their children to go to the schools they want to go to, please give them the chance. Expanding those charter schools will give us the opportunity for our children to go to those schools we want them to go. The public school can compete with charter school. Competition is what we want in Rhode Island. So we don't want you guys to pass this bill. Thank you very much for the time you gave me tonight.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight. At this time, I'd like to call Rosa Da Costa. We're gonna get Ramona Santos Torres. Is Ramona on the line? Welcome to the Education Committee, Ramona.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kano, and good evening to the members of the Senate Education Committee. My name is Ramona Santos Torres. I am a parent of a Providence Public School student. I am also one of the co-founders and executive director of Parents Leading for Educational Equity. I am here today to express my opposition to Senate Bill number 13. I am here today as a parent, which is the most important role in my life. I have been an advocate for 11 years, and I have heard a lot of promises and commitments from elected officials, education, and teacher union leaders. And I have to tell you that most of them have been broken. To quote James Baldwin, and I quote, "You always told me it takes time. It's taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brother's and my sister's time. How much time do you want for your progress?" End quote. Do not believe anyone who tells you that this system is broken. This system is working perfectly. It's doing the job that it was created to do. This current system does not teach our kids how to write, how to read, how to do math. This current system oppresses and marginalizes our students. Today, the same way that it has done for decades, and for so many decades, families of color have heard the same stories about this great education system that will someday be fair, be equitable, and anti-racist, and that will serve and provide opportunities for our children. I have been waiting for such a system for 11 years. And my daughter will graduate high school in 3 years, and I assure you, I will still be waiting. Senate Bill number 13 is not the solution to the structural issues that we have, and it's going to take the voice and power away of more than those 10,000 families that applied for a charter school seat last year. That is not equitable or fair. I really respectfully ask of you, do not move forward with this bill. I challenge you to engage with the community, with parents, with families, with students. Let us create legislation that really tackles, that really address and dismantle the oppressive, anti-racist, and the white supremacy structures in this education system. This community is willing to do that. This community is ready to do that. But this bill, number 13, is not the solution. Please do not take away the voices and the power of families. We cannot wait for more people. We are tired. I respectfully really ask you to please trust and stand with the marginalized families by opposing Bill number 13. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ramona, and thank you for your advocacy on behalf of parents.
Thank you, Chairwoman Koo.
At this time, I'd like to call on Alexandra Gonzalez. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, good evening, Chairwoman Koo and members of the Education Committee. My name is Alexandria Gonzalez. I live in Providence, and I'm speaking and writing to oppose Senate Bill 13. I'm a single mom of 3 and a founder of a nonprofit called Gather Together, United as One. Our mission is to increase our human potential by removing barriers to care and providing socioeconomic opportunities that will increase our human potential. We have been failing our kids for years with public schools, and the data shows the starters are helping. I have 2 daughters, 13 and 9, and a son who is almost 3. My son who has autism, I had to enroll him. I might have to enroll him in school this year, but he is currently attending ABA services in Warwick at Pluto because the doctor says he needs 40 hours of ABA services, but my state insurance only covers 20 hours. Because he's about to turn 3, I have to enroll him in the school system, so I have no choice. There isn't anything else. I can't find any other provider in the Providence County. I'm on all 6 waiting lists. Because of this, his needs will never be met. I am not ever comfortable with putting him in the failing public school system that we're begging celebrities to teach to our children. But private schools will provide opportunities for his success. I feel like I'm going to fail him again if this bill does pass. I urge you to oppose this bill. I also know that many of my neighbors and friends want more choices, more opportunities for their children to go to a great school. Not less. Our taxes and the funding formula needs to be changed so it can both be funded. We say our kids are supposed to have equal opportunity, but we all know they don't. Both of my daughters both have disabilities, a 504 and an IEP. We have been on waiting lists for way too long. Please help us. I respect what Salary Chairwoman Gallo said about the salary. I believe that there is more systems that a parent shouldn't have to be fighting about with salary. But the wages of $170,000 is ridiculously high. We would hope that if they oppose, you stand in figuring out how the salary will change effectively immediately. And could we get back on this call and agree? Would you agree to oppose the real question? Our children are growing now, and they cannot wait for us to pause and figure out what we're going to do with the school system and the funding. In the meantime, our black and brown kids will still fall behind. This bill takes away our chance to choose. I'm respectfully asking you to trust and stand for marginalized families and opposing Senate Bill 13.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your passion today.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to call Courtney Jacobs. Welcome to the Education Committee, Courtney.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Courtney Jacobs. I've been a Pawtucket resident for 15 years, and I've spent over 20 years working to improve traditional public schools, alternative public schools, and charter schools across the country, and particularly here in Rhode Island. All of my work has been with the goal of improving outcomes for students and supporting families. I'm also the mother of two students, children who currently attend a charter school here in Rhode Island. I don't want to repeat the testimony that we've heard before. I really echo many of the sentiments shared, so I'll share a couple of other thoughts. And I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 13. And there are a couple of pieces I want to share. First is I want to attest to the need and desire of families in my city and across the state to receive the opportunity to attend charter schools. Currently, families I know who don't receive spots at charter schools, those who have the means, they simply move to another community either in Rhode Island or across the border in Massachusetts, or they decide to send their child to private school or parochial school. School choice should not be available only to students who can afford it. I firmly believe that in order to create socioeconomically diverse and racially diverse communities, we need to embrace and increase school choice for families. And charter schools is one way to do that. I also want to address, there have been some comments about experiences in getting into charter schools, and I just want to speak to my own firsthand experience. We applied to every charter school that was available to us as residents of Pawtucket when my oldest child was entering kindergarten. We only got into one of them. We were never asked to provide any kind of test scores or aptitude testing, and we were never asked to be part of any kind of family interview or student interview. And like I said, in the end, we were accepted into only one of those schools and have stayed on the waiting list for many others. And I know many families across Pawtucket and Rhode Island who are looking for those kinds of opportunities for their students. And so I ask you to stand with families of color, particularly marginalized families who are looking for more opportunities for high-quality education experiences and opportunities for their children, and to oppose Senate Bill 13. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, we'd like to call on the next person in the list. And while we wait for that person, we just don't have a name yet, since people are not answering back. I'd like to acknowledge for the record that we did receive a letter from Representative Rebecca Kislak of District 4 in the city of Providence in support of this legislation. I believe we have our next person up. So we have Stephen DePina on the line. Stephen, welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello. Thank you.
You ready to testify? We're here.
Yes, I am. Well, I will say, my name is Stephen Apina, and I reside in Pawtucket. I am a father and a stepfather, and like any parent, I would want my children to have the best opportunities available for them, better than opportunities than I ever had. And I was one of those kids who fell through the cracks in the Pawtucket school system. I'm a kid that suffered with ADHD, and without the right support from my teachers around the systems around me, and eventually I dropped out of school, and I was a junior in high school, and eventually went and received my GED. Not everyone who I would say is in my shoes are able to do so, and I would want more for my children and more opportunities and the right to choose them. I would say probably mostly 10% of the students of my stepchild's middle school are proficient in ELA, and I would say only 9% of the students are proficient in math. We've been applying to charter schools for years, and I'm afraid my son won't ever get into a charter school either, and the schools are not getting any better. Most of us don't have the luxury of being able to move in a different town and pick better schools. Please, and I say please, do not take away my choice. And I'm respectfully asking you to trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing the Senate Bill 13.
Thank you for your testimony today. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome, anytime.
At this time, we'd like to make sure I mention for the record that we have called some of the people in the list. So we call Wanda Brown, Rekema Williams, Samira DeVitro, Joanne Rodriguez. They are all in opposition, but they didn't answer. So we'll be able to go and continue with the list. So we have in the line Basu Tamu.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Education Committee.
Mm-hmm.
We're ready for your testimony. We are ready for your testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You can start now. Hello, Basu?
Yes.
You can start testifying. Are you?
What I'm supposed to do?
Are you in support or opposition of Senate 13, Bill 13?
What does that mean?
Have you signed up to testify tonight for the Senate education hearing on Senate Bill 13?
I don't know.
Okay, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time and have a great night.
Yeah, thank you.
So next up in the list, Andrew. Okay, perfect. We go to Andrew Walker. Andrew, are you on the line?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the Senate, Education Committee, and thank you for listening to my perspective tonight. I'm a principal at Achievement First Illuminar Middle School in Cranston. We just went through the Rhode Island Department of Education expansion process, and we were approved based on our track record of strong success, our strong application, and most importantly, the parent voice and strong opinions of our community. We've received over 3,000 applications since December, and we have 3,500 kids on our wait list at Achievement First. For me as a principal of Illuminar, I hear from our families in our community weekly about the seats and the opportunity that our schools provide to our community, asking when and how we're going to have more seats available at Achievement First. Please oppose this bill and support families by giving them the already approved educational choices that they're seeking for their children as we think about educational equity in Providence and Cranston and Rhode Island. Thank you so much for listening to my perspective tonight.
Thank you so much for calling. Really appreciate your testimony. At this time, we'd like to call the next person in the list, Jen Andrade. Welcome to the Education Committee. Jen?
Good evening,
Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me this space to talk. I am speaking to oppose this bill, and for a brief background, I'm a Rhode Island resident. I'm a Rhode Island College graduate. I got my master's there as well, and I'm currently a Dean of Special Services at Achievement First Promesa. I've been a special education teacher as well for the past 5 years. And I've been in many practicums across Providence and public schools in Rhode Island. And yes, many speakers from tonight are right. Teachers in public schools do need more support, stronger curriculums and funding, and thousands of students deserve family choice. I oppose this bill, and I oppose it because I've been fortunate enough to serve students like Jarwan. He was a 4th grade student who came to my school after 2 years of being in a public school in our district without being taught how to write his full name. And as an English language learner, he was not given the proper access or resources. And he was 3 years below grade level. 3 years, that is unacceptable. We at Achievement First and other charter schools as well believe in connecting with families and listening to them. We do not have the right to take away family choice. We have to allow families and we have to allow kids to have the opportunity to grow in our charter schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your time and your testimony tonight. At this time, I'd like to call Megan Flaherty. She's also from Achievement First. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, this is Megan Flaherty. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, Chairwoman and members of the Senate of Education Committee. Thank you for letting me complete a testimony tonight. I am a member of Achievement First operations staff. We just went through the Rhode Island Department of Education expansion process and were approved based on our track record and success, strong applications, and our voices of our families that we serve. We received over 3,000 applications since December, and there are currently over 3,500 kids on our wait list. I talk to families constantly about getting what number they are on the wait list, as well as being able to apply very frequently, and I know that a lot of our families hope to get in, and I do hope that you guys oppress the bill and support our families by giving them the opportunity of choosing which school their child goes to. Thank you.
Thank you so much for testimony tonight. Next on the list, we have Colleen Flaherty from Achievement First. Welcome to the Education Committee.
And I know that a lot of our families hope to get in. And I do.
Yeah, we're ready for you, Colleen.
Hi, this is Colleen. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much, Chairman and the Senate of Education Committee. I appreciate you creating this space for all people to share their perspective tonight. I am a past educator of Achievement First, and I've been an educator in all types of schools for about 6 years. Achievement First just went through, with many other charter schools, the RI Department of Education expansion process, and they were approved based on their success and the hard work of the parents, the educators, and the community around them. We have received thousands of applications, as you heard, and many families are depending on our wait list to open, and that requires the opposition of this bill not to pass. So I urge the committee to really think about, if we pass this bill, who is this going to affect in the moment and in the future? So please oppose this bill and support families by giving them the educational choices that you've already approved and that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight. At this time, we'd like to go to Michelle Luma from the Achievement First. Michelle, welcome to the Senate Education Committee.
Yes, this is Michelle Luma. Am I testifying?
Yes, we are ready for you.
Great. Thank you. I'm a teacher at Achievement First, but I'm speaking against this legislation as the parent of a child with disabilities. My daughter attended a public school in Warwick for 2 years. The principal is capable and kind, and the teachers there are smart and experienced and caring. and they failed my kid. I'm going to tell you about second grade spelling tests. They were hard. Too hard for my daughter, according to her teacher. So she gave her fewer words on her quizzes. We studied, and my kid started getting all the words right on the shorter list, and then she started coming home crying. She was getting every word right and still getting a mediocre grade. See, all 12 words get you a grade of 4, but only 8 gets you a 3. It doesn't matter if it's 8 out of 8 or 8 out of 12. I asked if my daughter could please have the full list so she could just have the chance to perform at the same level as her peers. Just give her the chance. It didn't happen. I asked if the achievement gap was closing. I also asked for a meeting to discuss it. There was no meeting. The gap didn't close. This year at Achievement First, even with distance learning, which is so hard for her, she's on grade level in math for the first time in her entire life. When I met with her teacher, she gives me data and she tells me the plan to close the gap. Instead of lowering the bar for a disabled child, Achievement First supports my daughter in meeting the standards because she was always capable of meeting them. I've heard tonight about the need to improve our public schools instead of just supporting charters. And there's a point to that, but it misses the urgency of the injustice that's happening every day in public schools by well-meaning professionals doing the best they can in a system that writes off a lot of kids. My students get 1 first grade year. My daughters get 1 shot at their elementary education. My kids need to read now. They need to do basic math now. And science now. Rhode Island kids cannot wait for the slow engine of broad-based reform to maybe someday, hopefully, break through the toxic culture and systemic inequity of the public schools.
Thank you so much,
Achievement First has been a miracle for my children, and every parent should have the right to opt now for a high-performing charter school when the low-performing public schools have failed their children. And so I oppose this legislation. Please do not pass this bill.
Thank you so much for your passion tonight and your testimony. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to call Brianna Huggins from Achievement First. Welcome to Education Committee.
Hi.
Hi, we're ready for your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Brianna Hudgens, and I have been a part of the Achievement First Network for 7 years. I was a teacher for 4 years, and I am going on my 3rd year as a leadership team member and the Dean of Students. And I'm calling tonight to oppose the Senate Bill 13. As a member of this community, I have seen the impact that our school's expansion has had on many, many families in the Achievement First Network. And we've just been able to offer opportunities to families who have not been able to express their choice and in selecting a great school. And I think additionally, we have been pitted against the public schools in a way that is extremely unhelpful. It's framed as if we expand charter schools, then the public schools are going to suffer. And I think there's a lot of other things that we can do to strengthen the partnership between us and the public school districts. Finally, I just want to stamp again, we have a waiting list of over 2,000 families, in addition to the families who advocated for our schools to get approved just a month ago in the other meetings. Thank you so much for taking your time to hear us tonight. And once again, I'm just asking that we please do not pass this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call in Island T. Montero from Plead. Welcome to Education Committee.
Hello.
We're ready for your testimony. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Great. You can start now.
Hello?
You can start your testimony now.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman and committee members of the
Education Committee. My name is Yolanda Montero. I live in Providence. I am here to oppose Senate Bill 13. As a parent, I believe I should have the right to choose what school my kids attend. I also know many of my friends want more school choices, more opportunities for their children to go to grade school, not less. Our children are growing now, and they cannot wait for you to pause and figure out funding. In the meantime, our kids will be falling behind. This bill takes away our chance to choose and completely ignore all the families who advocate for those schools to get approved just 1 month ago. Please do not pass this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to call the next person in the list. And that is Sureline Sonda. Are you in the line?
Yes, I am. Good
Welcome.
night. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I am going for the charter school. Just a few questions. Have we looked on how many parents we have in the list that wants the charter school? And also, how many percentage of people have proved that charter school does work? And if we are going for the children, that they are the future of tomorrow, why are we not just addressing this the right way if the future for tomorrow is our children? We don't only need nurses, we need the children to develop in the way of their own developing for our future tomorrow. And thank you so much. So I'm going for the charter school.
Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
At this time, next person on the list is Daluz Da Vega, but she didn't answer and she's in opposition, and Julissa Andino as well didn't answer and is opposed to the legislation. So next up is Councilwoman Glendalis Colon. Welcome to Senate Education Committee.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the Committee on Education. My name is Glendalis Colon, and today I come to you in opposition of this bill as a mom and as a CF high school graduate. I was a charter school parent for two of my oldest children who went to the learning community, but due to a short time out of state, we lost placement. My family loves the learning community as they really stood by their name, community. Today, all of my children have or are currently attending the Central Falls School District. This year, I want to point out, makes exactly 30 years since Central Falls School District was taken over by the state, and I graduated in 1998. Although I am hopeful for the future of Central Falls, the reality is it will not happen overnight. I am proud to serve my district, but we can't turn a blind eye to the inequities of our education system as a state. To deny expansion of the charter schools is not the solution to the issues we face in the public school system. Rather than it negatively affects the ones who matter the most, our children, our students. To pass this bill will mean that you will be denying parents and students not only the choice of attending a charter school, but it will also have a negative impact for current charter school students. For instance, if a charter school grade level ends at grade 5, they will not be able to add grades to allow their students to continue in the same school, and that they have, a majority of the students have been attending since kindergarten. How do you tell a child that they will no longer be able to attend their school any longer? To pass this bill will also deny my daughter, age 11, her right to go to the school she has been eagerly wanting to attend, which is Segway. I have been applying for her to attend this school for the past few years because this is where she wants to be. If you pass this bill, I invite you and any opposition to tell my daughter that she cannot attend the school she has been dreaming of. This should not be the conversation we should be having today. We should be discussing how to increase and reevaluate the funding formula to our public schools. How do we build a relationship between charter and public for the common goal of better educating our children? As a CFI alum, and most importantly, as a parent, I feel that it is imperative that this bill should not pass. The most important stakeholders are our students. This is not the solution, and we cannot have a community without common unity. I appreciate your time and respectfully again ask that you oppose the bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Really appreciate it. At this time, we have Francesca Dominique on the line from Achievement First. Francesca, welcome to the Education Committee. Francesca, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
We're ready for you.
Wonderful. Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Francesca Dominique, and I live in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. I'm calling to oppose Senate Bill 13. I work at Achievement First. I've worked there for 10 years, and I have seen the incredible work that we have done with students. We just last month went through the application process and were approved because of our great results and our parents' voice. Personally, when I think about our families, we have over 3,000 students who have already put in applications. Over 3,500 students are already on the wait list. As a student who I went to school in Boston, my mother tried to put me in a really strong school. I was on a wait list from in the womb until 4th grade, and she was trying to get a kindergarten spot. The amount of learning that I lost in those formative years because I didn't go to a strong school, our students don't have time to waste. I know that our families across the state want more school choice and want more opportunities to go to great schools, so they should have that, and this bill is actually going to stop that. I know a lot of people talk about funding, and I think funding is important. I also want to name, charter schools are public schools. These parents pay their taxes. They do this, they pay into the system. They should be able to say where we want that money to go if they want more choice and have more public charter schools. So I think because the kids in the state do not have time to wait, we cannot pause on growing and giving more options to our families. I really want you guys to think about opposing Senate Bill 13, and thank you so much for giving me that time to speak.
Thank you so much for coming to speak in front of our committee. Next up, we have Patty Lopez on the line. Welcome to the Education Committee. Patty?
Hi, yes.
Welcome. We're ready for your remarks.
Okay, no problem.
We are ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening, Chairman Cano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Patty Lopez. I live in North Providence, and I am calling tonight to oppose the Senate Bill 13. I want my child to continue going to Achievement First. I have 2 children that go there. I have a little one that goes to the elementary school, and I have an older one that goes to the middle school. And I want him to be able to continue to go to high school with Achievement First. And I also have many of my neighbors and friends that would like more charter schools to be around for their children because they're great schools, not less. And my children have learned a lot going to those schools. Like the public schools, I don't feel like they don't show them as much as the charter schools. My kids are very advanced in being in charter schools and the public schools.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to mention that we did call 3 different people in the list, but they didn't answer. I just want to say that Patty Lopez, Cyber Garcia, Mercy Gibson are opposed to this legislation from Achievement First. At this time, I'd like to welcome Maria Mejia.
Hello.
Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, how are you? Good night.
We're ready for your testimony.
Okay, sorry for my bad English. My name is Maria Mejia, and I'm agreed to build the new school or increase the school. I can tell you that as a person, I'm living during 10 years in Providence, and I have a daughter. She's 8 years old, and I'm very happy with the work the school Achievement First do for us, and I'm agree. So that's my testimony tonight.
Thank you so much. You did great with your English, by the way.
Thank you so much. Every day I'm trying to go forward and learn. And I can tell you that try to talk with the teacher of my daughter is going to make me a best person every single day in my English.
Thank you so much. You did very good, and thank you for your testimony today. At this time, I'd like to call Rosie Porras. Rosie, welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello?
Yes, Rosie, we're ready for your testimony.
Oh, okay. Yes, my name is Rosie E. Porras. I'm a 15 years child provider. En mi experiencia he visto la diferencia entre un niño que va a un charter school y un niño que va a una public school. Es increíble la diferencia y es algo que no se puede explicar.
Gracias.
Yo experimenté.
Gracias por su testimonio. Deme un segundo que voy a traducir solamente para que otros miembros del comité entiendan. Entonces, un segundo. She just basically said that in her experience, she has seen the difference between charter schools and public school districts. ¿Puede seguir?
Mi experiencia mía fue que mi hijo fue al kinder, a la public school en Narragansett, y él fue al pre-K, hizo tres años de centro, que fue al centro él. Entonces un niño que estaba preparado en inglés y en español, y era un poco tímido el niño, y la profesora me lo quiso hacer repetir el año, y yo no acepté eso. Lo moví a una escuela privada porque en ese entonces no había charter school. Entonces el niño no tuvo problema, y desde que entró a la escuela privada fue honor hasta el final.
Muchas gracias por su testimonio. She basically said that at some point in her life here, she lived in Narragansett, and she had to send her kid to a private school, and she really noticed the difference. And the student, her child, was an honor child, and so she wanted to make sure that the committee members know that she does not the difference between charters and public schools, and she is opposing this bill. Gracias, Rosie, por su testimonio.
De nada.
At this time, we would like to call Ben Luma, and he is also for Achievement First. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Ben Luma. I live in Warwick, and I'm calling in opposition to Senate Bill 13. I want to start out by saying that I am a firm believer in high-quality, rigorous public education. I think that it's essential for children, and I believe that it's essential for democracy. But I want to ask where that sort of high-quality, rigorous public education is found consistently in Rhode Island, and I believe that the most consistent place it's found is within our charter schools right now. I have two children currently attending Achievement First schools, and I have found that Achievement First is a place that both embraces them as the people that they are and sets high expectations while giving them the tools to achieve. My older daughter, in particular, has struggled in her assigned public school for a couple of years due to a combination of a learning disability and clinical anxiety. She's thriving at Achievement First, where teachers are taking the time to really commit to spend time with her and help her develop the strategies that she needs to meet her goals. Achievement First values on setting the bar high, helping students achieve it, and valuing the full diversity of our community, ethnically, linguistically, and across the board, is exactly what I believe a public school should strive to be, and they are already doing this work now. We did not have that experience in the public schools here in Warwick, unfortunately. So I want to know, this is the choice that I want to make for my family and my children, and I know that there are other people in our community that want to have the freedom to make the same choice. This bill takes away the chance to choose and completely ignores the families that have already advocated for these schools and that many of the new expansion schools have already been approved. I'm asking you, please do not pass this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to call on Sarah Ewing from Achievement First. Sarah, are you on the line? Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, good evening, Chairwoman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Sarah Ewing, and I live in Providence. And I am a current leadership team member at Providence Achievement First, and have actually been working for Achievement First for the past 11 years, both as a teacher and as a leader. And I'm calling in tonight to oppose Senate Bill 13. My hope is in several years to have kids that actually have the opportunity to go to Achievement First. And I know that many of my friends, my neighbors, family members that are attending our school want more school choices, not less. Senate Bill 13 puts our kids in jeopardy. It will not allow us to open the Achievement First schools that our families are asking for. And when we think about what voice it is that we need to listen to most, it's the voice of our families. And Senate Bill 13 directly opposes that. And while I know, and I've heard from many of you tonight, that this is not an attempt to close or to go against the Charter Achievement First, it reads like that. And I think it reads like that because many of our families are asking for more opportunities. And with this Senate bill, we lose the opportunity to have thousands of kids attending our school. We have a track record of results. We have created homes and lovely communities for our families. And this bill takes away our chance to choose and completely ignores all our families that have advocated. I am asking you to please not pass this bill to allow us to continue to open excellent schools, to support our communities, to support our families, and to support the Providence area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to testify today. At this time, I'd like to call on Kimberly Poston from Achievement First. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Poston, and I'm calling for my child, Henry Lee.
So we're here to hear your testimony on Senate Bill 13.
Yes.
We're ready for you.
Hi, I believe that my child, Henry Lee, should stay at Achievement First because he has an IEP, which is a learning, which means he needs extra help in his learning, and he has a great team behind him that helps him to make sure that he does very good with his reading and passing his tests. He's been there for 4 years, and I've seen such a big improvement on him, and I really think it's the best fit for him.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to call on Genesee Rivers. Genesee, welcome to the Education Committee. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello, thank you. ¿Puedo hablar en español?
Sí, dígame.
Mira, yo quisiera darle mi experiencia en cuanto a lo que yo vivo en la casa. Mi niña está desde hace 4 años en Achievement First y tengo sobrinas en la escuela pública, básicamente, en la escuela tradicional. ¿Qué pasa? Cuando vienen mis sobrinas, yo las pongo a compartir libros, a leer. Y mi sobrina, hay una en tercero, una en quinto y una en sexto. Y mi niña está en tercero. Mi niña le ayuda con el trabajo. A la que está en quinto le ayuda a leer. A la que está en tercero ella dice, no, ella necesita más apoyo y le busca información que le han dado en su escuela, se la busca para explicársela a mi sobrina que está en tercero. So, si uno se pone a ver y a comparar, vamos a decir, la técnica y el aprendizaje que tienen los niños en la escuela charter es muy diferente a la que tienen en la escuela pública. Mi niña tiene la responsabilidad de que ella tiene que entrar a su hora sin yo decirle, de que tiene que hacer su tarea sin yo decirle, porque va creando ese concepto de tengo que hacer mi trabajo, tengo que hacer mi jornada, tengo que dar lo mejor de mí. Y siempre me dice, I need to do the best.
Gracias por tu testimonio. Déjame que voy a hacer, ya vas a terminar pronto, voy a hacer un resumen de lo que dijiste para los otros miembros del comité.
Ok, gracias.
So to all members of the committee, Yesenia Rivas spoke in Spanish about having 4 kids and having also nieces and nephews. The 4 kids, she has a daughter that goes to a charter school and is in 3rd grade, and she has nieces and nephews that go to a public school. And she made a comparison that her child is at a better learning level or educational level in reading than is her niece or nephew that is in 5th grade, and that her daughter that is in 3rd grade helped her niece in 5th grade. So she basically is calling in support, in opposition of this legislation, and in support of achievement first, because she does believe that the council of the charter schools give them a lot of discipline, and the daughter, she doesn't even have to tell her to do their homework. The daughter actually has this discipline and concept that she needs to do better for herself, and she helps her nieces that go to the public school. So, gracias, Yesenia. ¿Algo más que quieres decir?
Sí, a mi niña que está en 6º grado le vive diciendo a su papá, ¿por qué tú no me inscribes en una escuela así?
Y quería dejarte saber que, qué pena interrumpirte, pero solamente hay 2 minutos, entonces para que termines. Exacto, gracias.
Sí, solamente eso. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y por tomar en cuenta la opinión de nosotros como padres.
Gracias, Yesenia, por tu testimonio. Thank you, Yesenia, for your testimony. She basically wanted to add that her daughter that is in 6th grade that is not able to go to charter school always asks dad that she wants to go to charter school. Next on the line is Tenny Adeniji. Welcome, Tenny. Welcome to the Education Committee. Tenny?
Yes, sir?
We're ready for your testimony.
Okay, hi. Okay, good evening, Chairwoman Kano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Teniola Denny, and I live in Providence, in Rhode Island. I'm calling tonight to oppose the Senate Bill 13. This is because I want my child to go on and continue in an achievement-first school. And I also know that many of my neighbors and friends that I have spoken to about this, we also want more school choices and more opportunities for our children to go to a great school and not something less. My children have been going to Achievement First for quite a while, and I have a special need kid as well, whose improvement has been phenomenal. So, and we know that growing for our children, we cannot put it on a pause. In the meantime, you know, our kids do not have access to a great school if it is on pause. This bill takes away our chance to choose and completely ignores all the other families, as I mentioned, who have enjoyed this benefit. So for this reason, I'm appealing that you do not pass the bill, and all the families who have advocated and gotten the approval before now, about a month ago, it's like ignoring all those families. So please do not pass this bill. Thank you for hearing me out tonight.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we have called some members on the list: Crystal Reyes, Casey Sanjurjo, Ingrid Hernandez. They didn't answer to the call and they are opposed to the bill. So we have next, Yvette Paredes. Welcome to the Education Committee. Yvette?
Yvette.
Yvette.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Okay, hi. Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Yvette Paredes. I live in Providence, and I'm calling tonight to oppose Senator Bill 13. I have a son. He goes to 3rd grade in Achievement First, and future daughters that will be attending Achievement First charter school.
This school has been amazing for my son and myself. He's constantly getting support in a manageable classroom size with amazing student-to-teacher ratio. I get the love and support from this environment that I know public schools in my community may struggle to offer. Also, the one-on-one intervention in small groups that they have has grown my son tremendously. This bill takes away a chance to choose a great school for our kids. Please do not pass this bill. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Eva, for your testimony tonight.
Bye-bye.
I have been informed that we also called Ahab Davis and we didn't get a response. So at this time, I would like to call Alice Cordero. Alex? Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hello, my name's Alice. How are you?
Good. We're ready for your testimony.
So part of the reason why I wanted to get this testimony is very important to me. I have a 7-year-old. His name's Josiah Walker, and when I had originally signed him up to the public school system to have him start school, in order for him to get all the services that he needed, they actually told me that I needed to go down to the Social Security office and declared him handicapped. Even though my son is not handicapped, he just needed help with the motor skills as well as speech therapy, and he has a little bit of a developmental delay. That was not something that I wanted to do because I didn't want to harm him in his adult life. All he needs is a little bit of extra help now that he's a child so he could be able to get to where he's at and be a normal human being. With that being said, Achievement First has been able to provide all of those services for him without me legally having to declare him handicapped or put him under the category of someone that's not capable to fend for themselves, because he is capable of doing that. He just does it on his own pace, not at the normal pace of any other children. And they were able to also provide him with an assistant aid to help him with simple things like unbuttoning his sweater, teaching him just the basic motor skills that he needs that the public school system was not willing to do unless I would legally declare him handicapped. So for me, it's very, very crucial and important because Josiah, even though he has a developmental delay, there's been years where he's been above average because of the help and all the treatments that he has gotten through Achievement First. They make sure that he gets his speech therapy, his OT, his motor skills therapy. They help him with absolutely everything. And even if he needs help with homework and everything, they assist with all of that. So for me, it is so, so crucial to keep him at Achievement First, just because the public school system would not provide the services that he's currently getting right now. So for me as a parent, it gets me so nervous to hear that the growth is being stopped, because then that means that my child's personal growth will also be stopped. And I need to help him to be as normal as possible in this society. So I just wanted to put my input. I hope this helps a little bit.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and we hope that your child continue to improve, and really appreciate you calling today.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I'd like to call on Yesenia Mora, and like to let the people viewing us that we also called Darlene Escobar, and she didn't answer. So Yesenia, welcome to the Education Committee.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairwoman Kano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Yesenia Mora, and I live in Providence, and I'm calling tonight to oppose the Senate Bill 13. Currently, I have a 7-year-old daughter named Athena Statakis, and she goes to Achievement First in Providence, and we have had an amazing experience. Besides the uniforms, the staff members and the teachers have been extremely wonderful and being so positive. I appreciate that my daughter is going to a charter school because it will help her later in the future. I know it is hard to get into a charter school because it took me a while for my daughter to get in, because the schools are limited, and the waiting list is long, like up to 200. You have to be you have to be very lucky to get in. Also, we need more choices for families. Everybody, we should be able to get a chance, and especially us, the minorities, to put our children in a charter school so they could, learn and do better. My daughter has been very good, has improved. She's at a grade level, and I appreciate all of that. And I'm just, we have to, be able to have more opportunities for everybody, or if all the children to be able to go to a charter school. And please do not pass the bill, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and calling today.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Yes, well, at this time, we're going to Bernal Richardson. Welcome to the Education Committee. Bernal?
Yes.
Welcome. We're ready for your testimony.
Good evening, Chairwoman Cano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Bernal Richardson. I live in Providence, and I am here to oppose Senate Bill 0013. I currently have a son attending Achievement First in Cranston. I can tell you firsthand how anxious I was when I had to sign him up for the lottery and waiting for the final decision. As a full-time nursing student with one income, I do not have the option to provide my children with private education. I know how important it is to myself, family, and friends to do everything we can to give our kids the right foundation. And this is why I am here to advocate this evening. Our children deserve to be in a school system that will provide them with the foundations they need to be successful, moving into middle school, high school, college, and into their professional careers. We can only do that if given the choice. Given the current state of our public education, we do not have the time to wait. This bill does nothing to improve the education system. It merely puts a 3-year hold on options for low-income minority children in urban communities. When kids go to private schools, the money doesn't go to the district. Our families deserve more options, not less. The bill is fighting against the best options our children and families have to be successful. I am respectfully asking you to trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing Senate Bill 13. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
At this time, I'd like to call on Soani Delgado, and I also like to acknowledge that we made a call to Khadija Lewis-Skin, and there was no answer. Soani, welcome to the Education Committee.
Good evening, Chairwoman Cano and members of the Education Committee. My name is Soani Delgado. I live in Providence, and I am testifying to oppose Senate Bill 13. I am one of the fortunate parents to have my son currently attending Achievement First in Luminar. But unfortunately, I know too many families, including my sister, that have been on a waiting list for years in order to have their children attend a high-quality education school. My sister had to make the choice to leave Rhode Island, actually, and move to another state in order to give her kids a better opportunity. And unfortunately, not having the support from her family, she had to return to Rhode Island. And she cannot be here today to share her story because she's currently working in order to be able to send her children to a private Catholic school. My nieces and nephews and all marginalized children of Rhode Island deserve an education system that they can count on. All families deserve the opportunity to have access to quality education. So I'm asking you to please represent our kids' needs, these kids whom are already facing so many obstacles, and quality education should not be one of them. I'm respectfully asking you to trust and stand with marginalized families by opposing Senate Bill 13. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Soani.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to call on the next person in the list, Wellington Hall. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Hi, how you doing?
Great. We're ready for your testimony.
Hi. Okay. My name is Wellington. I live in Cranston, Rhode Island. I'm testifying to oppose Senate Bill 13. My wife and I are a middle-income family. My son is a second grader in a private school. So we're currently making tremendous sacrifices to send him to a private school, and we'll likely have to do the same to have our daughter to attend a private school as well. We were not selected to any of the charter schools and could not, in good conscience, send him into a school system that would not have the support or quality education needed to be successful. We felt that there was no other choice but to sacrifice family time and extracurricular activities and rely on our extended family to support us as we picked up extra hours to take on this additional financial burden. As your constituent, I'm asking you to represent the interests of my community and children. I respectfully ask you to trust and stand with our marginalized families by opposing Senate Bill 13. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call Ahani Thomas. Ahani, welcome to the Education Committee.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon. My name is AJ Thomas. And
AJ, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
All right. I'm showing up today as a father and an educator and a black man and a citizen of this country and the city of Providence. I'm here to express my concern and oppose Senate Bill 13. This bill is harmful and possesses a direct threat to options that families in this community have, especially those families that come from the most marginalized communities. I am not here to entertain this battle between pitting a public versus a charter school, because we all know that charter schools are public schools. But I am here to point out that this bill is a direct threat to suppress our voices in the type of education our children deserve. As a father, I have my son currently attended in a charter school. I choose this school because it outperforms the sending school that he would have to attend in Providence. I'm very aware of the Johns Hopkins report and the findings that describe the Providence School District as one of the lowest performing school districts in the country. While I applaud their efforts of their turnaround plan, our children should not be the pilots that have no alternative options for opportunities that may best suited for their needs. As an educator, I see firsthand the wait list, over 3,000, and the demand by families who want to choice. They just want to make the choice. This bill eliminates that choice and further widens the gaps and impedes on innovation. In a time of renewed hope, it is very disheartening to me to see representatives that we have elected continue to feel that they have the power to make decisions that limit the lives of our children. While I'm in full support of whatever public schools are doing to get it together, we should not be limiting our rights and freedoms to choose. This is oppressive and will continue to widen the gaps we see in our current education system. Thank you for your time, and I hope you strongly consider the negative impact this will have on our state and country and the children of it.
Thank you so much for your passion and your testimony tonight. And with this last person, we conclude our testimony for tonight. We also have many written testimony, and at this time, I'd like to open to members of the committee for some comments. I'll start with Senator Pearson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to say thank you for leading us through this hearing so well tonight. It's your first hearing. Great job. So thank you for doing that. But I wanted to just thank all the parents tonight that came out and testified. The passion you have for your children. I know it. I was a school committee member before I was a senator, and I think there's no more difficult job than being on a school committee, because caring about your own child is the most passionate thing I think any parent has. And so I want to thank you for coming out. I want to thank you for advocating for your child. I want to thank you for being involved in their education. That is the most important thing often for a student, is have a really engaged and involved parent to help them through. And so I know that our action here and as members of the Senate is to do everything in our power to make sure that all students have a great access to education and all students have the opportunity. And that's the mandate that we have to have. As a parent, you have to advocate for your child. As a policymaker, we have to think about what's good for all children. And when we take a look at what's good for all children, I'd ask so many of the parents this evening that came out, if we do not pass this bill, and this bill was not to pass and these charters were to expand, and your child was not selected for one of the seats opening up in this charter, and at the same time your child was not selected, $80 million was cut from the Providence schools for the Providence parents, or another number for other districts. How much worse would it be for your child to attend that school? And so our job today is, until we reconcile this issue related to funding and making sure that we have access to quality education for all students, I believe this bill is incredibly imperative and important for us to take a pause. We will continue working on the funding formula, and we're going to continue making sure that we do everything we can to ensure a strong education system for all students. And so I want to thank Whip Goodwin for sponsoring this, and thank you again, Madam Chair, for all your efforts here in leading us this evening.
Thank you so much, Senator Peterson. At this time, I'd like to call on Senator DePalma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to find the unmute button there. Thank you very much. Well done on the chairing this committee. This was my first committee meeting where we had a phone-in conversation, so to speak. So it was insightful on all fronts. I think it was an opportunity for those who necessarily can't get to the State House to be able to testify from wherever they are, and if they have children or grandchildren, it's the opportunity for them to testify. As Senator Pearson indicated, and others as well, we obviously hear what you're saying, we listen to what you're saying. It's important what you're saying. And obviously, as Senator Pearson indicates, we have to weigh the factors on both sides. And as a parent of two grown daughters, now as a grandparent of, I can't say 5 grown children, grandchildren, because they're not grown at all, except for not quite 5 years old yet. They're all factors that we all do consider as we deliberate and debate these various topics. So, well done on running the committee. Thank you for all the folks who called in to testify on the topic. Education is a critical topic for us and something that we take very seriously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DePalma. Does any other member of the committee wants to make remarks or any comments?
Madam Chair, it's Maryellen.
Hi, Whip. Do you want to make some remarks? I'm glad that you're still here with us.
I haven't missed a beat, but I sat through it all, and I just want to thank you for this wonderful hearing. Thank you to my fellow colleagues. I guess it's been almost 4 hours, and especially to the people that shared their voices and their concerns and their support for this bill. I mean, it's really what the process is all about. I just want to say thank you, most especially to the parents that weighed in. And I too, definitely, I'm not anti-charter school. I see the importance of it. And I just want to reiterate, what this bill attempts to do is really just put a pause on this. Let us see where we can financially get some equities into our public school systems at this time. And I'm just asking the committee members to support this pause as we move forward. Madam Chair, for all your hard work tonight, and thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Whip. And I am so jealous that your background is that you are in a beach enjoying the sun, so I'm very jealous.
Yes, I'm tropical. I'll be back in the morning.
Great. So I'd like to also make some comments before we end tonight. So Rhode Island funds 2 parallel educational systems: charter schools and traditional public schools. And this pause to add new charter school seats will allow the Senate to consider how equitable these 2 systems really are. This bill, as Madam Whip had mentioned, prohibits the Council of Elementary and Secondary Education from approving new charter schools or expanding existing charter schools that will begin operating in the next 3 school years. I want to be clear, the Council may continue to approve new or expanded charter schools over the next few years. However, those new or expanded schools cannot begin operating until after 2023-2024 academic year. This bill also provides that unless the council approves them before July 1, 2020, the state will not fund any new expanded charter school until fiscal year 2025. This is an issue of equity. The funding formula task force chaired by Senator Pearson, thank you so much, shows that if a district has a high percentage of students attending charter schools, it is negatively impacted by the current education funding formula. That is not equitable. It is important that the funding formula invests in all of our public schools, and this bill will give us time to be thoughtful about ways to make the system more equitable for every student. In the Senate, we have already started thinking about how to do this, and we look forward to hearing what our fellow Rhode Islanders think about our ideas. We know we cannot create a better education system without input from the public. We also understand that this bill might take away the opportunity of some families to enroll in the schools of their choice right now. However, as public servants, we cannot, in good faith, allow part of our education system to go forward knowing that it helps some people but hurts others. We need the charter school post to figure out how to make the system better, and my hope is that by working together, we can do that. I also like to say thank you to Senator Gallo because year after year, she has introduced bills to limit class size for our youngest learners and to teach civics at every grade level. In 2019, her curriculum bill became law, which requires a school to use high-quality, culturally responsive curriculum for core subjects. That bill was part of the Senate Comprehensive Education Reform Package that included legislation about dual language programs, financial literacy, and changing Senate requirements that traditionally have made it hard for people of color to become teachers. The same year, Senator Pearson chaired, like I mentioned before, the funding formula task force. And this funding formula must invest again in all of our public schools in a way that is fair, and our current system doesn't do that. At this time, I think that I would like to entertain a motion, and I'm not sure if any other members of the committee have any other comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
By Chairwoman Gallo.
Thank you. Madam Chair, what a wonderful job you did, and I'm so happy for you. I'm happy to still be part of this committee because, as we discovered tonight, there's a lot more work that needs to be done despite all the work that we have been doing. This continues to be very controversial. However, what we're doing right now is not working. We need to find a way to fund the two parallel systems, and until that is done, temporary pause on the new charter school seats will give us time that we need to be thoughtful about a very complicated issue and make the system better for everyone and all of our Rhode Island students. And that's what we're, at the end of the day, I thank all the parents and the people who are advocating, because our children are our future, and we have always encouraged everybody to engage in a lively experiment here and, speak your mind and let us know how you're feeling, but know how we feel also, and that at the end of the day, all of the students are our concern. So I've publicly expressed my reservations about the funding structure for quite a while now, and it's time to address it. So with that being said, I would move this bill, and I thank Whip Goodwin for putting it in because it is so important.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Woman Gallo.
I second it too, Madam Chair. I mean, the consternation and controversy that we've listened to for, going on 4 hours tonight, certainly indicates that it's not a time to move forward and just make a decision to go do something. And that's even more underscored by the fact that I heard nothing from the leaders of the communities that are going to be most affected. Certainly Mayor Alorza had absolutely no idea how to answer Senator Pearson's very basic question on What's the business case? How are you going to backfill the funds that your school system in Providence will lose to all these charter seats? And the answer was, I don't know, I'll have to get back to you. Nobody's ready to go do this. I can't believe it's gone this far without somebody answering that fundamental question. What about the kids, who in this charter triage system, that's basically a roll of the dice, almost literally. What about all the kids who, are on the losing side of that? Nobody seems to know. So I am certainly ready to support this bill so that everybody can take a break and think through this a little bit more practically.
Thank you so much, Senator Seventy. Like we have said throughout the hearing, this is a pause, and the work will take time, and this is why the charter school pause is necessary. Thank you so much, Senator Seventy. I guess I didn't have my mic on. I would like to say that, as you stated, and many members of the committee have already stated, this is a pause, and work will take time, and this is why this pause is necessary. I am hopeful that in the end, we will create an educational system that is better and more equitable for everyone. I know that there is a motion on the table made by Chairwoman Gallo and seconded by Senator Seventy and Senator Pearson. Can we take a roll call, please?
Senator Culkin.
Aye.
Chairwoman Cano.
Aye.
Senator De Palma.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gallo.
Aye.
Senator Paolino.
Nay.
Senator Pearson.
Aye.
Senator Quesada. One more time, Senator Quesada.
Aye.
Thank you. Senator 70.
Aye.
Whip Goodwin.
Aye.
The motion passes 8-1.
The motion passes 8-1. And to everybody at home, I'd just like to say thank you for being patient with me during the first committee as a chair. And to the members of the committee, thank you for your patience, guidance, and we'll do this together. I will entertain a motion for adjournment tonight.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Senator De Palma, second by Senator 70. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good night to everybody.